Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today for City Council meeting. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we have Councilmember Cox lead us?
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This item is not on the agenda, but we have a special proclamation today that we are presenting. We don't bite. Come on. Thank you. Okay. Whereas June 2022 marks the 53rd annual celebration throughout the United States of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, LGBTQA Pride Month, and whereas the month of June was chosen to commemorate the dedication and bravery of those who led the 1969 uprising at the Stonewall Tavern in Greenwich Village, which sparked the modern LGBTQ liberation movement. And whereas the City of Raleigh believes in working together with all members of our community to facilitate open relationships, providing safety, dignity, and a welcoming environment for our residents and visitors. And whereas the meaningful contributions made by our LGBTQA community enhance our city's diverse history and culture, including the Out Raleigh Pride Festival, which raises necessary funds to support the LGBT Center of Raleigh and brings together thousands of people to Raleigh streets to celebrate the LGBTQ community. And whereas the City of Raleigh joins the community in a celebration of diversity and unity and remains committed to treating all people with fairness and respect. Now, therefore, do I, Marianne Baldwin, Mayor of Raleigh, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2022 in the City of Raleigh as Pride Month. Thank you. And I'm going to present this to y'all. And I'm going to ask council to join us for a photo. Wait for the rest of the Gives me great pride to just have done that. My sister grew up gay too, and I've always been particularly sensitive about people telling others who they can love or should love. And this is a real honor and a privilege. And thank you. Can't wait for Saturday. Okay. Next, we have recognition of special awards. Pat Young and Megan Anderson.
Hello, Mayor Mayor and Council. Good to see you today. Megan Anderson, I head up sustainability for the city, and Pat Young, Planning and Development Director, is here with me. We're really happy to be here today to update you on our Soul Smart Silver designation. And I'm going to share a little bit of background, and then Pat will give you a little bit more about our next steps. So this past April, just in time for Earth Month, Raleigh achieved our Soul Smart Silver designation. This designation recognizes local governments, cities and counties that have best practices to make it faster, easier, and more affordable to access solar energy. This program benefits anyone looking to adopt solar, including all residents in Raleigh, as well, and of course the local solar developers and businesses as well. So many local governments in North Carolina have recently been working on their Soul Smart designations. If you can go to the next slide. Thank you. At the NC State Energy Conference this past May, Raleigh joined several other North Carolina local governments to accept our Soul Smart Silver designation. Next slide. And I also wanted to make a quick reference that another important benefit of this is it helps us in our ongoing implementation of Raleigh's community-wide climate action plan, including the following CCAP action areas of renewable energy, innovation, and education and outreach. As Council knows, the buildings and energy sector is the largest area of opportunity for Raleigh to reduce our emissions, and implementing Soul Smart is an important and impactful climate action. So next I'm going to briefly speak on the various actions and areas of the Soul Smart designation that are covered. So there are 5 areas, as you see here. The structure of Soul Smart is kind of similar to how the structure of LEED project is, where various action and tasks must be met for each level of designation. So for permitting and inspection, this includes making permitting fees and processes affordable and quick for solar installation and training inspectors in solar standards. For planning and zoning, it includes removing zoning barriers to residential solar installations and updating zoning ordinances to allow more residents and commercial properties to install solar panels. Government operations includes commitments and statements by elected leaders as well as existing solar projects on public land. Community engagement, which includes ease of access to information on solar requirements, incentives, and statutes. And market development, which includes partnerships and workforce development efforts. So last slide. We couldn't have done this without our many partners. Sustainability partnered closely with planning and development to lead these efforts, and we partnered with many other departments that all contributed to the many actions and tasks. In addition, we were joined by several outside partners. A big thank you to the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center, who are our technical advisors and helped us with the designation process. And as we kicked the project off, we also invited several external partners, including Wake County, Duke Energy, and the city's Environmental Advisory Board. So as I hand it over to Pat Young, I wanted to take a moment to give a big shout out to Pat and the planning and development team. This was a really large endeavor for them to turn around in a really short amount of time. With the growth in Raleigh, planning and development has a lot on their plates, and it's really kind of like feeling more like moving Titanic sometimes, I think, were some of these efforts, but they just really did a lot and have been really good in helping us move forward a lot of our sustainability and climate work. So thank you to Pat and his team for that extra effort. So now I'll pass it over to Pat. Oh, you're right behind.
Sorry, Megan. Good afternoon, Council and Madam Mayor and Council. Pat Young with Planning and Development. Last Tuesday at your afternoon work session, you heard from some of my teammates about a number of topics related to planning and development, particularly focusing on our attempts to improve our customer service and our customer orientation. We think this was a perfectly aligned initiative with that, and big thanks to Megan for the leadership in getting us to this honor. We are very committed to continuing to make the process of small-scale solar installations easier and more accessible. These are a number of things on the slide here that we completed over the last several months to help earn this recognition. A lot of it was just memorializing and communicating on things that we were already doing, but of course that communication is a huge piece of being customer oriented. Over the next 6 months, we are going to conduct some education and outreach to solar installers, and we're going to get some additional certification and training for our team members. So we're really excited about that. Part of that will help go towards the gold designation. We would ask today that you authorized a UDO text amendment that would simply make clear that we allow small-scale solar installations by right in Raleigh. We think that we already have that, but working with the SolSmart team, we realized we needed to be a little more clear and explicit. We would want to do that through the omnibus text changes. So that would be the action that we'd ask you to take today. If you're willing, I'd be happy to take any questions. And thanks again to Megan for the leadership on this important recognition.
Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Just a comment, which is this is awesome. Thank you. And move for approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Knight. All in favor? Aye.
I got a comment.
Those unanimous. And we have a comment from Mr. Knight.
Yeah, I'd also like to second that comment by not the President Pro Tem, but Councilor Stewart. Thank you again for this effort that y'all have put forward, and look forward to continuing to work with y'all. You know my interest in scaling up solar in the city, and I think this is a great step in that regard. And look forward to continuing the great efforts as it comes to solar and working to reduce our climate footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Great work. Okay, next we're on to the consent agenda. We have 3 items that have been pulled, D2, D6, and D7. I'm going to ask for a motion on the remainder. Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, that was Councilmember Branch, and then Councilmember Melton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, we'll start with D2. Councilmember Cox.
Yes, I'm pulled this just to ask if we could hold it for a few weeks until the next meeting. This came to us Thursday, and the text change is regarding yard waste collection enhancements. It's 18 pages, and frankly, I haven't had a chance to really look at it in detail, and I just want to have a few weeks to be able to look at it and possibly ask questions of staff before voting on this. So my motion would be to simply hold this until the next meeting, just to give an opportunity for further review.
Okay, I would just like to ask staff if there's any deadlines or timing issues with that.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Stan Joseph, Solid Waste Services Director. If we don't approve today, then the next opportunity for approval will be July 5th, which is our go-live date. So we would have to approve on July 5th, or then we're going to run into an issue where our ordinance is not supporting the council-approved changes to our yard waste service.
Okay. What's everybody's thought?
Well, as long as we approve it at July 5th, it sounds like they'll be fine. So I'll second Councilmember Cox's motion.
Okay. Can we add to that, bring back July 5th?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Aye. Okay. No, that was unanimous. Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. Okay. Okay. That's a no? We got that? Next item, D7.
Yes, I pulled that just to be able to vote on that separately from the rest of the consent agenda. As I think most people are aware, I'm not supportive of the parks bond, and I wanted an opportunity to vote no on this item.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the public hearing date? So moved. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, seconded by Councilor Buffkin. You want a second? Yes. Okay, seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, that was Knight and Cox. No. I mean, I'm sorry. Fort. Cox and Fort. Okay, thank you. And the next item pulled was D6, surplus property. I'm asking to be recused on this. So if I'll make a motion.
Move to recuse the mayor.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'm going to hand this over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. I'll take a motion for approval.
Don't we usually have some statement in the record as to why the recusal was needed? Isn't that the standard procedure?
Yeah, to just state the reason why that she is going to be recused, and I think she can do that when she gets back.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. 7-0. Mayor went too far. Yeah, right. Next item. Mayor, there was a request for you to state the reason why you recused, just so we have it in the minutes. But otherwise, it's a 7-0 vote in favor.
That's my employer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have public comment. Going to remind everybody about the rules of decorum. You'll have 2 minutes each for your comments. No attacks on staff. And please be respectful when speaking. We will start with Ross Yeager.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Good to be with you. Ross Yeager, 400 West North Street, Raleigh 27603. Had to think about it. I just moved. So it's really good to be with everybody. I had some thoughts after the last meeting. I wanted to come back and share these. And I understand these are just my opinions and I'm biased. But I think you guys are great. So just let me say that. But I bet you anything, if we sat down for 5 minutes, we could come up with a half dozen things that you and I disagree on. And those disagreements create space between you and I. So really what matters is not the space, but how we choose to fill it. We can just ignore it and never work together at all, or worse yet, I could just start to fill that space in with my assumptions and beliefs about why you feel the way you do, all of which would likely be wrong, or I could come open-minded and with a position of trying to understand. And that's kind of recognizing the gap, but then thinking about how we fill that gap really matters quite a bit and how well we get things done together. So I bet you if I came with that kind of approach, you and I could sit down and within 5 minutes come up with probably dozens of things that we agree on. So here we are. I've been here a few times, and forgive me if anybody has on the same outfit that you're pictured here with. But, you know, I've done a little research. I understand that y'all by statute only required to do public comments once a month. You do it twice, and that's cool because there's a lot of folks here that are engaged and they have a lot of passion around a lot of issues. And I bet you anything, there's a lot of agreement in this room about what's important to Raleigh. But my fear is sometimes great ideas get lost with all the noise and the way it's presented. And so with that in mind, you know, I always kind of think about where politics are right now, and I just wish it weren't that way. We may agree on the issues, but for some reason we choose to put space between us on that. And Mayor, you didn't say it this time, but typically you do say kindness, and I think, you know, what a wonderful way to start. I mean, that's a nice bridge for us to just come from that place. And just real quickly here, it's, you know, it's how we approach this together and room for us to grow in these spaces. And it's not about what we do with the 3 minutes here, it's what we do with the tens of thousands of minutes between our appearances. So thanks so much.
Ross, I was being kind. I let you go 10 seconds over.
Oh,
So
thank you.
now everybody else gets 10 seconds more too. So anyhow, but thank you. I just want to tell you I appreciate your comments and also the solutions and ideas that you bring forward, and reminded me I would like an update in the next manager's report on where we are with the trash receptacles and whatnot that we have been asking about for Glenwood South and just the cleanup plan. So thank you. Next we have Spencer Sprague.
Hello, my name is Spencer Sprague, and I'm an Army veteran and the Athletes Without Limits Rowing North Carolina State Hub Director. I'm here today to talk to the Council about Athletes Without Limits, or AWL, and our efforts to establish a rowing program at Lake Wheeler. AWL is a nationwide organization that promotes diversity and inclusion across 10 sports and has several hundred athletes at hubs all over the U.S. AWL rowing programs across the country seek to enrich the lives of athletes and the sport itself with 3 branches of programming. Our IDD Rowers program works with athletes who have intellectual or developmental disabilities. Our Youth Leaders program makes rowing accessible to youths in adverse socioeconomic situations. And our Veteran Leaders program provides vets with disabilities the resources, equipment, and guidance they need to find success, strength, and camaraderie in rowing. At our North Carolina hub, AWL will establish a branch of the Veteran Leaders program. We will serve the Triangle area by working with the American Legion posts, VFW posts, and VA clinics to provide opportunities to a wide range of veterans. Our program is offered at no cost to vets, and we are funded through grants and generous donations. As a national organization, we have a large network of resources, including trained and certified coaches, to ensure our vets receive the support they deserve. We are working with Raleigh Rowing Center, the Parks Department, the Lake Wheeler Non-Motorized Users Group, to see that our program has the infrastructure it needs at Lake Wheeler. We will also work with the existing clubs to integrate our veteran athletes into the mainstream rowing community, thus encouraging awareness and inclusion. AWL asks that the council continue to support the Parks Department, which in turn helps make programs like ours possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I've read the literature that you left last time about this, and really impressive what you're trying to do. And I want to commend the Parks program for working with you all.
Thanks so much for the support.
Okay, thank you. Christina Jones.
$8,005 Finland Drive. Engagement. That's a trigger word for a lot of us. Many of my questions have revolved around defining what different terms mean so that residents can hold the city accountable for outcomes. What does engagement mean to you? I attended a city meeting a few weeks ago in regard to the community fund. And if I'm not mistaken, the meeting had 3 separate listening options. And the one I attended had about 7 residents. 7. I knew almost every staff member and resident that came out. I say this to emphasize that those of us who were there were already pretty engaged. If your target was to inform new people and bring them out, that event fell short. Does that count as engagement? Let's discuss public hearings. You put the $1 billion budget up for a public hearing and gave the pro and against side each 8 minutes to speak. What constructive feedback can you possibly receive in 8 minutes on $1 billion? Does that count as engagement? You are all keenly aware of how many voters you have to reach in order to win an election, but somehow, once you get into office, that same outreach becomes difficult. It is cowardly not to respond to any of my 36 times coming before you. It is cowardly to look the other way as your employees beg to be paid their worth while you give yourself raises. It is cowardly to wait a week to disagree with comments made by Refund Raleigh and then attempt to tone police them without having anyone in the room to respond to you. Don't waste the time I do not have. Engagement is your job and the reason you are elected and not appointed. If you're not talking to us, who are you talking to? Your time is up, and now it's your turn, our turn, to be heard this November. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Adam Hamlin. Is Adam here? Okay, we'll come back to that. Octavia Rainey.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Octavia Rainey, and I live at 1516 East Lane Street. I'm here today to talk about a comprehensive respiration task force. You must understand, we went through the institution of slavery, emancipation, broken promise of reconstruction, genocide, Jim Crow. And now you have the Raleigh Redevelopment Commission. The Raleigh Redevelopment Commission was created in 1958, and it was for the purpose of urban redevelopment. What have we learned from urban redevelopment? It has not benefited the black people at all. All you have done was move out the black people out of all of the communities. I mean, every last one of them. Broken promises of businesses, and you have moved out all the businesses in all the black neighborhoods. And then you come back with a neighborhood business plan. I don't understand that. But in the mayor's report on television, you were in Smoky Hollow. Smoky Hollow needs a benefits agreement. It really, really does. They relocated all those people out. And you know what happened? The city of Raleigh didn't even go back to redevelop the area. That's a shame. That's a disgrace. I am just sick and tired of it. The broken promises. You said one thing, but you do another. And you know what? History tells the true story. And I'm going to be back every month to tell the true story. I'm going to bring back next month 35 people who lived in Fort Ward but was moved out by the city's redevelopment commission. And I want you to hear their stories of pain. Then I'm going to go back to Smoky Hollow. I think it's a shame.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Blank.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Robert Blank. I live at 4612 Draper Road in Raleigh, 27616. I'm here basically to start a plea that the city helps us with an NC Department of Transportation has a plan called U5307 to improve Capitol Boulevard north of 540. And it surely is the wrong plan at the wrong time, and it's going in the wrong direction for Raleigh. We request the assistance of the city in protecting our neighborhood from destruction at the hands of the NC DOT and their plan for an upgrade of Capitol Boulevard. Plan not only harms our own neighborhoods by cutting off access and egress to and from Jacqueline Lane, the city street that connects with Capitol Boulevard, but if the plan is developed as proposed, it will cut off many neighborhoods and businesses and create a new Berlin Wall separating the city. It is the highway equivalent of building the Golden Gate Bridge to cross the Neuse River. Moreover, at a time when many municipalities are removing their old freeways that, when built, destroyed and separated neighborhoods, NC DOT plans to do exactly the damage to the neighborhoods and businesses that was done back then. We request your help specifically with regard to property that is being developed in land that abuts our property between Jacqueline Lane and the exit ramp from I-540 to Capitol Boulevard. The developers plan to build an access road from their development to Jacqueline Lane, and their plans are on hold due to the lack of clear plans from NC DOT as to a proposed access road that may go through their property or not. In essence, then, we request, as part of your help, that the city ask for an injunction from the courts to halt the progress on U5307 until issues are resolved and proper in-person meetings with affected citizens on both sides of Capitol Boulevard have been held. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Let's see, Michael Moore. I know this issue has come up in Campo and Wake Forest. I was just going to ask for an update at a future date, unless you have some more information you'd like to share now.
Madam Mayor, again, Michael Moore, Assistant City Manager. I don't have information to share today, but be happy to follow up with Mr. Blank and come back with an update in the near future.
And I would suggest also talking to Campo.
Definitely.
Okay. Councilmember Cox?
As part of that conversation, Jacqueline Lane is in District B, and I think everyone knows why this project exists. And because there's traffic jams on US 1, everyone is driving in the morning to get to 540 in order to go to RTP or to continue down US 1 in order to get to downtown Raleigh to go to work every day. And one of the things that I've been trying to be a proponent of over the past 7 years is that we need an alternative to 540, because 540, particularly before COVID, was incredibly jammed full of cars, to the point that stoplights were installed on the on-ramps of several interchanges on 540 in order to back up vehicles onto the side streets in order to provide enough spacing for them to be able to eventually get on 540. I've been a proponent of looking at Route 98 that runs parallel to 540 but further north in order to service those communities that are further north. In the short term, we can't really do anything about the fact that we have so many jobs at RTP, Morrisville, Durham, and so forth. So there will continue to be pressure for people to commute to those locations. And if we're going to accommodate that pressure, then it makes sense to widen 98 from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road, and also to consider adding dedicated bus lanes to 98 in order to provide mass transit to those locations. But Campo and the powers that be at NCDOT have slow-walked that idea and have slow-walked, or maybe no-walked, looking at 98 as an alternative. It really makes no sense for me, in my view, to continue to encourage more and more traffic from points further north and further away from the city to 540, which is already overly congested. And we really need an alternative, and I hope that you will take that message back to Campo and then CDOT.
Madam Mayor, to the council member, definitely we'll do that. You know, I think we've always been advocates for alternatives, and we'll certainly do what we can do to explore that through our transit plan. There's certainly ways we could do that to help, again, achieve a lot of goals, relieve congestion, relieve climate change. So we'll take all those back and put them on the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Caitlin Peterson.
Hi, Kaylin at 2338 Glasscock Street. I want to address affordable housing in the city of Raleigh. Since this council has started their terms, few rezonings have included affordable housing. Earlier this month, you heard from several of your own city employees who have been forced to move out of the area they serve due to rising prices. The stories and input your constituents and employees gave you 2 weeks ago seem to have meant nothing, as you later called the comments made by Refund Raleigh egregious and inappropriate. The $80 million affordable housing bond back in 2019 was not adequate enough compared to the $275 million that you want to put into parks. While environmental protection is the cause that I work in and dedicate most of my life to, housing is a human right. The Parks Bond does not need that much money, especially when your city employees and so many others who you are supposed to serve are being forced out of the area. On Friday, the request for proposals ends for the redevelopment of Moore Square East and South. I ask that you prioritize affordable housing in your decision about this development and respect your constituents who raise their concerns in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, excuse me for pronunciation, Tatiana McDivitt. Is Miss McDivitt here? Okay. Gary Vinson.
Gary Vinson, 3013 Granville Drive. I want to ask the council to consider removing the residential infill street setback requirements for new home construction as specified in section 2.27 of the UDO. There are 3 reasons for these are not working. 1, the requirements are unclear and so not being consistently applied. 2, they conflict with objectives stated in the city's comprehensive plan. And 3, there's a lack of homeowner input into the process. The UDO definition for principal buildings is confusing and has created a lack of clarity for measuring street setbacks. And setback considerations don't include important factors such as total lot size, lot topography, and curvature of streets. The comprehensive plan for Raleigh stresses 3 key objectives: promoting the retention and addition of large mature trees, stormwater management, and improving neighborhood walkability. Setbacks forcing homes to be built forward on properties limits the size of front yards. This prevents planting large trees that can act as a natural stormwater mitigation system. And forcing impervious surfaces closer to the front of lots sends stormwater runoff into the streets or neighboring yards. Secondly, improving walkability in neighborhoods with older streets that do not have curbs, gutters, or sidewalks requires the city to use right-of-way on properties to make these improvements. Continuing to require new homes be built equally close to these older streets means that future homeowners must give up portions of their front yards to allow these improvements. And finally, the current system allows no homeowner input. The only available option is the variance process, but this places the burden on property owners to demonstrate hardship and requires hiring legal representation, which adds time and cost to permitting and building. This infill requirement is too restrictive and doesn't reflect smart growth planning. Great neighborhoods cannot be made by rules. They are created by people and their diverse choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we ask planning staff to look at this and come back with a report, potentially even a work session on this, just with examples so we can see some of the specifics of what's being discussed. Okay? All right, thank you. Next we have Ashley Perot.
400 West Hargett Street. 2 weeks ago, I attended and spoke at my first city council meeting. With a shaky voice, I opened with how much I love this city and how welcoming it has been to me. After I advocated for my rights, I sat down and listened to the other comments, and I quickly learned that all do not feel as welcomed here. I heard stories of state employees being forced to quit jobs they love and do well because they can no longer afford to live and work in the city. They ask for a living wage. I heard an outcry from the Black community that they do not feel safe here. They ask for more funding for programs that have been proven to keep them safe. I heard the Raleigh community bravely speaking up and asking for what they need of this city council and offering solutions that have been successful in other cities. With each decision you make, you have a choice. You can commit to being right or getting it right, but not both. Being committed to getting it right means saying, I may not understand or have that experience, but I'm going to listen more and ask questions. This approach serves the community. Being committed to being right means immediately dismissing anyone who challenges your views and beliefs. This approach serves yourself. Last week, the public comments made on June 7th by Refund Raleigh were labeled inaccurate, inappropriate, egregious, and out of line. The experiences of stories of so many were immediately dismissed. Citing specific events that have led to the community not feeling safe and asking for a living wage for working hard for this city are none of those things. All of your constituents deserve respect, no matter what their gender, income, or ethnicity. All of us need you committed to getting it right. And I'm shaking again, but thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Havlick.
Kristen Havlick, 11230 Avocet Lane. On Friday, June 27th, the request for proposals ends for the redevelopment of Moore Square East and South. Since this council has started their terms, few rezonings have included affordable housing. The $80 million affordable housing bond back in 2019 was not adequate enough compared to the $275 million that you want to sink into parks. We're not asking for fancier parks, we never have. We're asking to afford to live here. Right now, according to most apartment listing websites, the average rent for a one-bedroom in Raleigh right now is about $1,465 a month. According to the 2020 census, the average income per capita of an individual in Raleigh is $40,520 a year. But after taxes, that's roughly $31,000 a year, or $264.87 a month. If the average person in Raleigh spends a third of their income on rent, they could only afford $882 a month. When I looked on various apartment listing websites, I found nothing under $900 a month. In Raleigh, you need to be making over $60,000 a year before taxes to afford to live here, but you can't comfortably live here until $80,000 a year. The need for affordable housing has only become more dire over the last 3 years as the cost of living has increased by over 30%. And because more corporations keep moving here because of our low corporate tax rate, I think it's important for these 2 parcels of land in Moore Square that is owned by the city to be allocated to 100% affordable housing. Right now, the RFP only encourages up to 20% of affordable housing. Now, I know you can't demand that developers include affordable housing due to inclusionary zoning being illegal, but you can use voluntary inclusionary zoning here, which Durham has used. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Caroline Johnston.
She's not here.
Okay. Tom Bradshaw.
Mayor, Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. First, let me thank you for your public service. I'd like to, if I could take just a moment, I would like to ask that the issue that I'm talking about is for the Northridge subdivision. Could we have a meeting with one of your councils, because if you knew the success of Northridge, in 1965, IBM announced they were coming to North Carolina and to Research Triangle Park. We wanted to see what we could do in Raleigh to get many of those people to look at our community. In doing so, we went and made a bid to put them in an office. We named a street Computer Drive off 6 Rose Road, and they came to Raleigh, even though they're going to build the ultimate building in Durham County. But what we did is spend some time listening to what kind of people IBM was going to be bringing to us. And we realized very quickly as we went and looked in the area where they're going to transfer, those people wanted a golf course. We went a little further outside the city of Raleigh on Falls News Road. We put together 1,000 acres, and we proposed to build in 1967 a country club. And building that, in that piece, we put real restrictions on the housing and the size of housing, setbacks and everything about it. In fact, we asked the city to annex the property ahead of time. It's never done that way before. You normally wait till after you build it. We annexed all of that property through a bill at the legislature, so it became a part of Raleigh. We then let Raleigh set with us how we built the streets. We had collector streets, main thoroughfares running through the subdivision from Litchford Road over to Falls News Road. Those processes we did, and we got a great subdivision. And if you rode by it now, you'd say, gosh, they had sidewalks, and they're the first people to have all underground utilities. The only thing above ground is a street light and all of that property. It's about 1,500 acres. What I'm asking is to be, because now, through something you recently adopted, people can come to Northridge and they can buy a lot. And then they can subdivide that lot, and they can end up building 2 houses on that lot. Now, honestly, they're 2 $1 million houses, but they can build them on the lot. We're concerned about the violation of what we call our restricted covenants. And what we'd like to do is have the opportunity, because our homeowners association is very united in why not do it the way we've done it, because it's been very successful. In fact, we built a second golf course because there's so many people come. I'll give you a number. IBM brought 17,300 people to Raleigh and Wake County. Most of those people did come to Wake County because we also built a golf course in Cary. What I'm asking for is the opportunity to meet with one of your committees and let us go through that. I can fill this room up today with petitions and people who live there, and there's not space for that, to ask you, please give it some consideration, and I thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I'd love to give you a copy of our book. We celebrated our 50th anniversary a few years ago to let you know about one of the most successful things really in this part of the country.
Thank you. If you could give it to Gail, I'm going to ask the city manager.
That's an employee I hired during the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask the city manager to get with, I guess it would be planning staff, and have a discussion on how we move a discussion forward, or at least have a discussion. No promises, but let's see. I need more specifics about what is being discussed. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor Bradshaw, for being with us. I've been hearing from lots of your neighbors. Northridge is in my district, so and I think that's a good plan. I think that's a fine plan that you've suggested, Mayor. And if the council would be amenable, I'd like to be a part of the staff conversations and potentially bring this back to the council at some future date.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
As a word of caution, but also as Mayor Bradshaw pointed out himself, this could have huge precedent-setting implications, of which might have unintended negative consequences. And so I just want to speak some opposing thoughts into this space as well. I have some real reservations about this.
I think this should remain at the staff level for now, while we do initial due diligence and then move forward with.
We won't hold any meetings externally until we come back internal with an internal staff report.
Okay, internal staff report before we go external. Everyone okay with that?
I'm not sure.
They're going to have a discussion about how to proceed and then come back to us.
Yeah, and I'd like to be a part of the staff discussions. That's my request. It's in my district. I'm hearing from lots of people out there, and I've got a handle on the situation. I understand where Mayor Pro Tem Stewart's coming from. I see some potential solutions that might not even require the city to intervene. So I'm a little further down the road as expected because it is my district. So I'd just like to be a part of the staff conversations before it comes back to council.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Robert Christian. Is Robert Christian here? Okay. Phil Goss. I believe Mr. Goss called and said he could not be here today. Okay. And next, Martha Brock. Is Martha here today? Okay. Has anyone else come in who signed up for public comment who may have been late and didn't get a chance to speak? Okay, thank you. All right, next we are moving to the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon. Travis Crane in Planning and Development to give you an update on Planning Commission actions that we're delivering to you today. So first we'll take a look at what's already been calendared for your next available public hearing. That's July 5th. You've got a host of zoning cases and a few street closings on the schedule and nothing yet scheduled for after your summer break in August or September. So we'll change that today. We're delivering a number of zoning cases where we're looking forward to August 16th and beyond, and there are a few requests here for additional time extension. So we'll start off with Z6621. This is a request to rezone about 2 acres of property from R4 to commercial mixed-use 3 stories. Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 7-0, and a recommended public hearing date here of August 16th. Next up is Z9121, which is a large property out on Buffalo Road. This is a request to revise the zoning conditions associated with this property. This property was previously rezoned back in 2006. Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 7-0. And again, we're recommending a public hearing date of August 16th. Next is rezoning Z122. Which is a collection of properties at Wilmington Street and Stronach's Alley. This is a request to rezone about 1.5 acres of property from DX7 Urban General and Shopfront to DX20 Shopfront. Planning Commission recommends approval of this unanimously 6-0, and staff recommends a public hearing date of August 16th. Next is rezoning Z422. A few properties on West South Street, almost 2 acres in size, currently have split zoning between R10, neighborhood mixed use 3 and 4. The request is to rezone to residential mixed use 3, 4, and 7 stories with an urban limited frontage, and also applying the transit overlay district, overlay zoning district. So Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 7-0, and staff recommends a public hearing of August 16th. The next item is rezoning Z622, which is a property at 3700 Jones Sausage Road with a few properties located on Integrity Drive and Ardmore Road. Split zone properties today, about 3.5 acres in size. R4 IX5 conditional use with a special highway overlay district. On top of it, the request is to rezone to IX5 conditional use. Planning Commission recommends approval of this 7-0, and staff recommends public hearing of August 16. And then last zoning case, Z522 is at 707 Seymour Drive. Request to rezone about 3 acres of property from DX7 urban general to DX20 conditional use. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval of this 7-0, and staff recommends a public hearing date of September 6th. That's an evening public hearing for this item. So rezoning Z6221 is a request for additional time. This is a collection of properties on Chester Road on the west side. It's about 1.5 acres, currently zoned R6 with Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. The request is to remove the NCOD and add zoning conditions to the properties. Planning Commission's asking for a 90-day extension of review. So the Planning Commission time runs out next week, and the new deadline would be September 23rd of this year. Next, we've got a couple of staff or city-initiated zoning requests, Z1822, and the next one I'll show in a minute is Z1922. This is the application of the Transit Overlay District. So the first item is the Western Boulevard TOD. About 666 acres of property that would be rezoned to add the Transit Overlay District. This would not modify the underlying base zoning. Planning Commission's recommending or requesting a 45-day time extension here. They've been reviewing this item along with the next zoning item, Z1922, in their committee of the whole. Unfortunately, they had a cancellation of a meeting that has placed them behind by a few weeks. So the Planning Commission still has another committee of the whole meeting this week. It will happen on Thursday, and they've got a Planning Commission meeting next Tuesday, a week from today. The intention here would be to continue review at the Committee of the Whole and the Planning Commission, and then deliver a recommendation back to the City Council if the time extension is granted on July 5th. Additionally, staff is recommending that you might want to consider a July 5th public hearing date that would allow you to receive the recommendation and then hold the public hearing on July 5th and begin the public hearing process before you take your summer break. So here's a map of the area. It spans a fair amount of Western Boulevard. And I'm going to switch over to the next item because it's an identical companion piece here, essentially Z1922. This is the southern corridor, southern application of the TOD, about 517 acres in size. Same story here. Planning Commission would like to continue their review and deliver a recommendation back to you on July 5th, but preserving that right to have a public hearing that same evening on July 5th. So here's a map of that area that stretches from Western all the way down south past 40. With that, I will take any questions you might have, and I'll put the list back up on the screen so you can see the recommendations.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Knight, then Cox.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is an administrative issue, but as to item number 8, the city attorney can help us with this. That with redistricting, that now is in District E, and it says District D. If you would just change that, I think we've redistricted, we approved that, so it is, those changes have occurred or not occurred officially?
Well, they occurred for purposes of the election, so they are in effect, but the lines won't change until new council members are elected, and at that point, everything will change. So for right now, as long as y'all are in office until we have the election, they're approved. They're effective for the election, if that makes sense.
Councilmember Cox.
Yeah, I had sort of a similar question. On the agenda, it says that Z91 is in District B, but on the slide it says District C.
Likely another product of the redistricting part. We'll check that to make sure it's accurate, and once we come back to public hearing, we would make sure that you've got the right information there.
And I'd like to understand, you're recommending an afternoon session for those rezonings. I personally prefer in my district to have evening sessions to allow more of the public to be able to attend. And I was wondering if there's any particular reason why these have to be on the afternoon session in August and can't be moved to the evening session in September.
No, sir, there's no reason they can't be moved to the September 6th evening session if that's the desire of the council.
Okay. I would like to move that we hold those two on the evening session in September, Z6621 and TCZ 9121. So that's my motion.
So I just want to be clear, when scheduling these hearings, when there's been no controversy, that's when they're scheduled for daytime.
That's correct. So that's the lens that staff looks through when suggesting public hearing dates to the city council, is the level of engagement that we've received either as a staff or through the planning commission. So the items that have been suggested for an afternoon session generally have not drawn a lot of interest.
Well, another reason for me asking for this is that there's a possibility I might not be here in the afternoon session in August.
Okay.
Okay, we have to also look at balancing our agendas, because if we are here till midnight on July 5th, then people are not happy.
I'll second Councilmember Cox's motion.
This isn't for July, it's for September.
So your motion is to move Z6621 and TCZ91 to the September 6th evening public comment.
Correct.
Public hearing. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I am opposed. And Councilmember Buffkin is excused, so his vote doesn't count right now. He had to step out.
Madam Mayor, I've actually spoken with the applicant for Z122. I would like to move that public hearing is actually set. I know it's a long evening, but it's set for July 5th of 22.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
I move to approve the rest of the recommended public hearings.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then we have the 3 items that were, extensions were requested. So I'll make a motion to go with the Planning Commission's request and extend those to the dates they requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Councilmember Cox, I didn't see your hand at all. Okay. No, can't see that either. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just to clarify, to make sure that we did, that includes setting a public hearing date for July 5th for Z1822.
Yes,
with
the
Planning Commission meeting
recommendation
back.
from the staff.
Great.
Okay. Thank you, Travis. Next, we have special items. First is external request for text change authorization.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. Justin Rometta with Planning and Development. We have 2 external text change requests on your agenda this afternoon. I have a brief overview of each, and I'll just note that I believe the applicants for each request are here today in case council wishes to ask questions or get any additional context from them as well. The first request is to add co-living as a new group living use in the zoning code. So this was an application that was filed back in April of this year. The proposal is to insert co-living as a new use within the group living use category. It would allow the use in all mixed use districts except OP and in the R6 and R10 districts as well. So co-living, typically thought of as a typology where an individual or a couple may rent private bedrooms, potentially bathrooms, but share facilities such as living, kitchen and dining, outdoor, other amenity spaces as well. As far as the existing regulations are organized, residential uses fall in really 2 main categories in the UDO today. The first is household living, and that is residential occupancy of a dwelling unit by a household. As we'll see in an upcoming slide, both household and dwelling unit are defined terms which have impacts on how these uses are regulated, but these are what you would typically think of as a single-family detached house, 2-unit living in a duplex, or multi-unit living in an apartment building. On the other hand, group living uses are those where residential occupancy of a structure is by a group of people that does not meet the definition of household living. And there is a list of uses in the code today that fall under group living. Those include boarding houses and rooming houses, congregate cares, dormitories, continuing care retirement communities, monasteries, orphanages, and rest homes. So here's an example of a household use, single unit living in a detached house. You'll see this is a building that's constructed to accommodate one dwelling unit on a single lot. The definition you see below on the screen here is that of household. So the limitation there is that no more than 4 unrelated persons may reside in any single dwelling unit as part of a household living use. Obviously unlimited family members that are related by blood, marriage, or adoption, but there is a cap on the number of unrelated persons at 4. So boarding house is probably the most analogous use that we have today as to what's being proposed. As you can see, it's defined as a facility that contains individual rooms that are rented to the general public to more than 4 unrelated persons. However, there are use standards that come along with this use that make it not quite compatible with what the applicant's proposing. You'll see, for example, there are standards that require the building to be constructed originally as a detached house. There is a spacing requirement of 1,200 feet from other boarding houses or rooming houses, and limits on the total number of individuals in the dwelling unit to 6. So what the applicant is proposing here is to define co-living, and that definition would be the dormitory-style housing for those with or without an affiliation to a university or social organization. 1 to 2 people may occupy a sleeping room. Kitchens and bathrooms may be shared with others. And again, this use would be permitted by right in R6, R10, and all mixed-use zoning districts as well. So potential impacts here, obviously you're expanding the area where this use is allowed since it's not allowed anywhere today. Here is a snippet of the use table. In the UDO, you'll see in residential zones there on the left in yellow, most group living uses require a special use permit with the exception of congregate cares and continuing care retirement communities in R10 and rest homes in R6 and R10. And so in those residential districts, outside of group living, residential density is regulated through either a units per acre cap, as in the case of R1, or in R2 through R10, a minimum site or lot area per dwelling unit. So that is how residential density is regulated in the residential zoning districts. What is being proposed here obviously would increase that because there are no use standards proposed or caps proposed on the number of individuals occupying one of these structures. Staff did do some peer city research as part of our review. We found that most other communities that have this type of use do regulate things like the minimum amount of shared amenity space, facility requirements or limitations. So for example, prohibiting kitchen or cooking facilities in private living areas, much like we do in short-term rentals today. And obviously density limitations where the number of individuals occupying either a room or a unit as a whole are limited. Some other considerations, I just wanted to point out that the building code, as with any change to the zoning code, would not be changed or amended if you were to authorize and ultimately adopt this text amendment. The building code contains several uses that might apply in the case of a co-living use, lodging house or congregate living. So just wanted to point out that, again, the building code would not be changed, and any requirements that it does have, for example, a requirement for sprinkling would not be changed or amended by adoption of any co-living use in the UDO. So council has several options, as always, with these externally requested amendments. You can authorize as requested or with modified language. You can hold for further discussion or send to a committee, or of course deny the request. In this case, if council were to hold it or send it to a committee, I think staff would use that opportunity to research and see if there are common sense use standards that might apply in order to mitigate some of the potential impacts that we went over earlier. I'm happy to answer any questions from council. I will say, again, the applicant is here and ready to speak as well.
Councilmember Melton had his hand raised first.
I don't have any questions. Definitely in support of moving forward with this requested text change. Interesting timing because Strong Towns last week just tweeted out a think piece on, they call them SROs, I guess single room occupancy. And Philadelphia right now is looking to legalize them in Philadelphia to help with some of the housing affordability issues. I think it could do a lot of good in Raleigh. We heard a public comment today about what it costs to find rent in the city, and you're not going to find anything that rents in a couple $100s right now. So looking again to the supply issue, this would add supply at a different price point. I also think that we got to try things new ways, and these are things that probably exist in other cities and other parts of the world, and for whatever reason fell out of zoning favor in the United States, and I think we can really lead here. So I would be in favor of moving forward with the text change or referring it to a committee for further discussion, but I definitely think we should move in this direction. I also point out, if you went to university and lived in a dorm, this isn't really a foreign concept either, and so I think it could really help.
So your comments refer to the second item. What about the first one?
I was mostly distracted and excited about the single room occupancy and do not have much an opinion on the first item.
Okay. Next was Councilmember Cox, then Branch.
I'm supportive of this text change, but I do have a question about the building code. Do we need to change the building code to accommodate better safety if we go this route? In other words, do we need to change the building code to ensure that there are sprinkler systems installed, for example, in these kinds of under these kinds of uses? And I would defer to the fire department for recommendations on that.
Sure. That's something we can certainly look into if it were authorized. We can certainly provide a summary of how the two regulations would interact with each other, and I'm happy to recommend any changes if needed to that as well.
If I might add to that, Pat Young with Planning and Development. Justin's certainly right. We'll follow up any way you like. The building code is set at the state level, so that we'd have to work with our colleagues at the state if there were additional changes. Sprinkling would not be required in these units unless we had some local requirement to do so, and that might conflict with the building code. So we'll have to follow up with you on that. There is a minimum housing code already here in Raleigh that's administered through our Housing and Neighborhoods Department, and that does interact with this. And so I think, again, that's some additional information we can provide you. There's already some limitations and restrictions that come with that code.
Thank you.
Definitely thank you for the presentation. I will address point one. I don't know if I can move on one yet. I need some more information about these storage units. Because based on the map and where I've seen them, I know you didn't speak to that, but I'm going to in a second since you asked about it. I don't know if I could do one, but as far as two, co-living, my questions are R6. R6 I see is chosen for R6, R10, and all the mixed units. Why R6, and would it be okay if we only started at R10 and went up?
So this is a change that was requested by a member of the public, so I'd have to refer that question to them as to why they proposed R6 as well as R10.
Okay. Yeah, I would love that answer to that at some point.
Is the applicant here? Could that person identify?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I proposed R6 just because when you...
Name and address for the record.
Ben Stevens, 1325 Bridgeport. I proposed R6 and R10 because when you're trying something new like this, so I work for a large developer, and so we take many tens of millions of dollars and go do things that the investor knows are going to work every time. And when you're creating something new, we're bringing something old back. It's usually in the small experiments, local infill developers who are going to do these experiments on a small scale to test it to see how it works. A lot of the missing middle typologies that one wants to see work really well with this because your rent on a per square foot basis is great. So I propose R6 and R10 because I think that's where small scale developers are going to be able to actually get land. The competition for mixed use land is extremely fierce, and we're just going to put the same thing in there. And I think having those options in R6 and R10, subject to the conditional uses that we're talking about, would give us an opportunity to actually do those experiments and get the land for them in typologies that are small enough that we do those experiments.
Okay. So I'll say this. I would support us moving forward with the text change because this will still go out to the public. It will go through Planning Commission. Planning Commission will have public comment on it. It will come back to us at some point, and we would also have public comment on it. But I want to state that R6 does concern me. R10 I could probably live with, but R6 does concern me. So I want to go ahead and put that on record as moving forward.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I am speaking to item number 2 also.
Sorry, Diana.
Very excited about this idea. I think it could really help us increase our housing choices here in the city. And given the broad interest in this from council, I wonder if we should hold it for further conversation and allow some input from staff on this specific text change to see if it's compatible with what our longer term goals are on housing and housing choice, and if they have any kind of minor tweaks that they might recommend, and also get back to some of other council members' questions on this. So I would recommend holding it at the table so staff can bring back.
Councilmember Melton.
I was going to suggest that we give them the authority to try to draft a text change that they could bring to us, and we could have that conversation at the time. Because then it's still, once we approve the text change, then it's got to go to Planning Commission, then it's got to come back. Then if we want to maybe look at a committee, we could do that. But I think if we say, yes, we like this, you've gotten some direction at the table, take a stab at drafting something and bring it back to us that we can then authorize. I would be in favor of doing that rather than holding it another meeting to let them.
Would we be good with having staff generate a text change for us to review when we return in September?
To then send out into the process, because it's still got to go to Planning Commission.
But they would get feedback from us at that time.
You're looking at me, so I'm assuming you want me to respond since I had made the request. I'm comfortable with that if staff feels like they have enough information from us to do so. If they need further information as we sit on this, then I'd rather them come back first. So really up to staff.
Yeah, we can certainly come back with a draft based on the feedback we've heard today. And as you've all said, at the next meeting, you'll have the opportunity to provide additional feedback on that draft before this would begin the process through public and Planning Commission review. So I think we're comfortable with that approach.
One question I have relates to property management. So this type of co-living, I remember when Matt Tomasulo brought something forward, he was going to hire somebody as a property manager to work with people. Could you look at that aspect of it as well?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. All right, so you've got direction on, do we need a vote on this?
I think it's probably safer to have a vote.
Okay.
I don't move to approve. Is there enough in the minutes? I move to authorize staff to draft a text change based on the request and the feedback of council, and to bring it back to us for further review and vote.
Excellent.
Is that on the option 2?
Option
yes,
2.
We're on option 2. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
One question, bring it back September meeting or?
We said September,
Okay.
so that gives them some time.
Right, okay.
Either meeting.
I mean, if they feel like they can bring it back before, I think, let's let September be the end of the line, but if they think they can bring it July 5th, August 16th, that's fine too, but
this gives you time to work on it up until September.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. And then item 1, where are we on that? I know what you said, Councilmember Branch, not comfortable. I don't know enough about this
And I was going
to really be able to make a decision.
I do have a brief presentation if you'd like to hear it. And the applicant is here for that one as well.
Who is the applicant?
Michael Birch.
Could we have the applicant come up?
And Madam Mayor, if we want to come back in 2 weeks, happy to do that as well, to allow for some conversation.
Could you tell me the intent behind this?
Yes, the intent behind this is to allow the self-storage use within the OP district. The OP district is not a mixed-use district. It doesn't allow residential. It's only in about 5 areas of the city. It's land that includes less than 0.5% of the city's zoning area. And so the intent is to allow these kind of, again, fully enclosed, internally accessed uses within these kind of office park areas, subject to the same use limitations that you see elsewhere. And in addition to the ones that are listed in your backup, we also added a limitation, given your discussion on the towing yard, to say that it can't be located in proximity to the S line, so that we don't have these in kind of those transit, oriented areas. So we included that as an additional condition as well.
Councilmember Fort?
Kind of general question. Normally, these enclosed contained units are what, 3 or 4 stories at the maximum, right?
Yes, I mean, I think in the downtown you've seen a 5-story. I think there was one in the DX that was 5 stories. Again, it would still be capped, at the height of the zoning district. But yes, that's typically what you see in those areas.
Councilmember Cox?
Yeah, I'm with Mr. Branch on this. I need to learn more about this. I mean, it seems to me office park could go quite high. I don't know if I would want a 7-story self-storage unit there. Also, self-storage units, as I look at them, don't look anything like an office park or something that I would expect to find in an office park. So if there can be anything in the zoning change that would restrict the appearance of these things, so that it conforms better with what someone would expect with an office park, and also something that would restrict storage of vehicles. I mean, I don't have a problem with someone coming in and wanting to store, their living room furniture or a bedroom set or something like that in a storage unit. But when they start storing extra vehicles and boats and RV units, I have to look at that and say, that's not an office park.
Right, and I think the intent here for these is to not allow that type of outdoor storage at all. Again, I think you see these in proximity to office locations because these types of facilities are now being used to store a lot of goods and samples and things like that for people who work in a sales industry, that type of thing, that while they may work in an office, they don't have the space to store a lot of the stuff in that office, and so to have somewhere close and proximate to be able to access those goods that are being stored, that's really the kind of intent here. So appreciate that feedback, both on the design and on the types of things that could be stored within the facility. That's helpful.
Would we want to do something similar to what we just did with this and ask staff to work on a text change and bring it back to us based on some of the concerns and feedback that they've heard today? Staff? Is this something you could?
Yeah, we could certainly do that for this one as well. We didn't identify any major concerns as we did our review. We're certainly happy to put something together based on what the applicant has proposed and with some potential additions and revisions based on what we've heard today, and bring it back at a future meeting.
Okay, would everybody be okay with that, looking at it? Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that plan. Several of the examples of this were in my district, so I took an interest, looked into it. I got to think it's a pretty modest proposal. I'd be ready to move ahead today, and we are just authorizing the text change, so a lot of the issues that were raised, I think appropriately, could be handled during the process, but I got no problem with what you've proposed, Mayor.
Okay, I'll make that motion then. Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, next we have dangerous wild animal ordinance. Oh, I'm sorry. The draft policy, wait a minute. Where's the draft policy on annexation exceptions? This is going to be a long, the next two are going to be long.
Good afternoon, Travis Crane again, Planning and Development. So this item you heard at your last meeting where staff presented some information, and this is in request to a request and petition of citizens where you were approached by someone who would like to submit a petition for annexation. And again, that might sound strange because typically that's a staff transaction where we receive petitions for annexation or rezoning, for instance, and process them. However, the City Council has previously adopted some resolutions that provide a little bit additional guidance here. So what you have in front of you would represent an update to these previously approved resolutions for annexation. So to put you back in the headspace, this is the specific request that was brought to you. It's the property here outlined in red, and you heard this on May 17th of this year. It's 3540 Auburn Nightdale Road, and petitioner asked very plainly for an exception to the policy to allow for annexation on this property. So you might ask, well, why is that again occurring here? And the answer to that is because you see this fairly large portion of city limits that exists as an island. It's not connected to anything else. And the resolution language mentions that we process annexations that are contiguous with the city limits. So in staff's opinion, this is not an issue of contiguity. It's a free-floating piece of the city. So the resolutions that have previously been adopted have some exceptions to them. And some of the exceptions are locational, meaning if there are areas of property that are north of 540, for instance, that's specifically called out in the resolution, or areas that are available for service for utilities, for instance. One of the exceptions is listed here on the screen. It states that properties that are adjacent to the contiguous city limits of Raleigh and are adjacent or in close proximity to City of Raleigh water and sewer lines. So again, that's speaking towards the service of the property to ensure that the city can adequately serve the property. So as staff move through those resolutions and reviewing the request with the applicant, staff opines that the exception here could not be applied to this property. That's why this is before you today. So what staff has done based on the feedback that we received from the council at the last meeting was draft an update to this resolution. And essentially what this does is set out a new exception in the resolution that adds one very key phrase here. It's adjacent to the satellite city limits. So you might recall the previous slide did not include that word satellite there. It said adjacent to the city limits. So this would be a new exception added to the resolution that states if there's property that's adjacent to satellite city limits, if it's formally being considered for extension of Raleigh's ETJ, and this is happening within the next 5 years, it could be considered as an exception. So let's now take a step back and think about what areas exist as satellites of the city. We've got two areas here. They're called out on the map. The first one is that Buffalo Road area, and that might look familiar because we just set a public hearing for that property, right? That's the text change to zoning conditions. The southern area is the one that's applicable today. That's the Raleigh area. So that's what we're going to focus on. Because if you recall back to the proposed addition to the resolution, it speaks to a couple of different things. Not only would this be a satellite, but it's a satellite that's in an area where the city is contemplating extension of the ETJ. And the city is not contemplating extension of the ETJ formally for that northern area, only for this southern area. So that essentially splits the universe in half, and we would focus then on this portion of land. So there are, in staff's estimation, about 35 privately owned properties that are adjacent to Raleigh. And so those are the properties that ring around like this. And we've got one very large property that's called out here on the screen, the Neuse River Resource Recovery Facility. We lovingly refer to it as the NERF. That is a big city property and facility. So then this additional exception about extending the ETJ within the next 5 years. That obviously is a callback to the Southeast Special Study Area that, if you remember from the last meeting, staff indicated would be coming to you in the next few months after your break. And that's been a multi-year process where staff has been engaging with folks within this area for extension of the ETJ and zoning of that area. And you might recall that during the last staff presentation, we mentioned it's not only a multi-year event, but it's a very large event. It engages a large number of people and would ultimately bring in an area into the city that is roughly the size of the town of Chapel Hill. So it's not a small undertaking. It's been a very large effort on the part of staff. So here you see the subject site outlined in yellow. And there are, as noted here, 28 privately owned properties within this area of ETJ. And this is in the blue color, this darker blue color, that would be within the first step of the Southeast area study. So you might ask, what are the steps? I'm giving you a preview of what you're going to see in the next few months related to CESA. There are a number of steps. There are areas that staff would walk through in a progression to extend the ETJ in a logical manner, and those all will have timeframes associated with them. So the step one would be the first, and that's something you would see within the first 18 to 24 months to extend ETJ and apply zoning on the property, and then we would move on to step two. So if you again pull back and think about the resolution that has been submitted to you today for your consideration, it considers areas that are within proximity to a satellite area, which this would be. It contemplates areas that are within an area formally being considered for ETJ extension, and that those areas would be potentially extended into the ETJ within the next 5 years. So in addition to that, again, you've got the resolution in front of you, and regardless of how you act on that today, it certainly is one of your options to adopt the resolution. Staff is asking for additional authorization here to update the comprehensive plan. And this would be helpful in providing guidance in the future for dealing with these situations, so that if you were faced with another annexation petition or rezoning petition that's in an area like this, you would have very strong policy guidance in place. So again, regardless of how the resolution discussion shakes out, staff would ask for authorization here. So then, from a next steps perspective, it would be consideration of that resolution that's in your backup, and then consideration to authorize the comprehensive plan amendments. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Travis? Councilmember Branch, then Cox.
Definitely thank you for the presentation. I brought this up because this does reside in my district, and as well as the CESA, which is moving forward. You know, in looking at the policy guidance that you have here, one of my questions is, you have in here can be included in the CESA comprehensive plan amendment. Is that a second option, or is that in addition to the first one about staff suggests a comprehensive plan amendment be added to policy?
So that's a great question, and sorry for the lack of clarity. That's a reference to the request to authorize comprehensive plan amendments. So if you were to authorize those amendments, what staff would do is bundle them and put them in with the CESA report. So you would have them as one package.
Okay, and that would be my recommendation at appropriate time.
Councilmember Cox.
Regarding sewer and water access, as I recall, there is sewer and water access nearby, but they would have to go through other properties to get to it. So they would have to acquire permission from those property owners to do so. Would we be putting ourselves into any position where we would be condemning property in order to obtain that?
It's a great question. As we presented last meeting, staff made it very clear that would be completely the onus of the eventual developers. That staff would not be, or the city would not be placed in a position to condemn the property. That's something we've seen on occasion. We don't see it very often. I remember an instance where that happened down in the Swift Creek area, where there was a requirement to gain easements across private properties, and that, again, is completely up to the developer.
Okay. Are there any issues then if we were to annex this property and they were not able to accomplish that?
I don't know that I'm in a position to give for lack of a better term, any legal advice on that. I don't know if there's any exposure from the city standpoint. There certainly would be need to be discussion about how utilities could be provided to the property if it's annexed.
Could our city attorney respond to that?
Yes. There is a responsibility for us to provide utilities eventually, but I don't see any exposure in allowing the annexation without having immediate utilities or any reason for us to have to go and condemn anything right away.
But that possibility would exist.
It would depend on the facts in the future and what comes up. It's a little hard for me to opine on whether or not it could or couldn't be an issue until we see what happens.
Okay.
Councilmember Buffkin?
So, Mr. Crane, maybe you can help me. We have two issues in front of us right now, the request and the policy change.
That's correct.
And the policy change is being proposed to essentially, I guess, after the fact, update our policy consistent with if we approve the request, right?
Right. So again, this is something that's a little bit atypical. You don't see very often. So you've got an existing policy framework that tells staff how and when we can accept annexation petitions. You've got a request before you that falls outside of that. And so the applicants have asked, and the city council has asked staff to consider how we could update that policy framework to accommodate the submittal of that application. Now remember, that does not approve an annexation, it does not approve a rezoning. Those would be later steps. So the request before you is twofold. One, it's to look at potentially amending the resolution or the policy framework in place. And two, it's to authorize comprehensive plan amendments that would give you a little bit stronger footing in the future.
Okay, if I may comment.
Oh, Councilmember Branch had his hand raised.
I was just going to state my understanding as far as the request. It kind of died on the vine last meeting because it never had enough votes. Is that right, Madam Attorney?
Yes, this is just a question about whether you change the policy to accept an annexation application.
Right.
And then the application would have to come in front of you, and at that time, I guess some of the questions that are coming up would be unique to that particular annexation request and could be dealt with as each individual request. So this would just allow the applicant to come and say, will you please annex? And then they would present to you and you could ask all of those questions and try to get that resolved about how you get utilities and what's expected and that type of thing. So I think it was 4-4, and if this passes, they will be able to bring that request to you. Travis, is that correct? Oh, here's Whit. So this would sort of break the deadlock and say they can come and ask you to annex. And then at that time, all of the questions about the individual case could be addressed. And Whit's right there, too.
Yeah,
He looks
Whit's
like
here to speak to utilities, should you have any further questions about that.
Good afternoon. Just want to make it clear that water service to this site would not require off-site easements in our evaluation. Gravity sewer service would require off-site easements in this situation, although a pumping station option could provide sewer service without off-site easements. Those two evaluations would be forthcoming later on, but that's our exposure to requiring off-site easements.
Councilmember Branch?
Did you have a question? Because I was ready to make a motion.
I did, if I may.
Sure.
Well, I didn't and don't support this requested annexation. I think our current policy is the better one, and I think this case illustrates it. We saw a couple weeks ago that if we approve this, everyone else in the city will have the pleasure of subsidizing their solid waste services among other services. That one stood out to me as the most unfair, and I think it just demonstrates why the policy was in place in the first place. The city's obligated to provide reasonably the same level of service to any area annexed as we do the city as a whole, and this one's just too far away to do it efficiently and fairly to our taxpayers. So I don't support changing the policy. My vote will be no.
So I hear you, and if your if your vote is just because of one site, then that's your, option. We could have other opportunities where something could be closer, where this policy would be effective. So I move to authorize the comprehensive amendment recommended by staff.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah, I'll vote no on this as well.
Okay, so that was Council Members Knight, Buffkin, and Cox against. Clerk. Next, we have the dangerous wild animal ordinance.
Yes, please. Okay. Good afternoon. I am going to do part of this presentation and then turn it over to the Deputy City Manager. Next slide. Okay, this is just a quick description about what we're going to talk about, just a little bit of a background of how we got here. Then I'm going to go over proposed ordinance terms and then turn it back over to Ms. Hayward to talk about operational and monetary impacts. Now, just real quick with the background, and last summer there was an escape of a zebra cobra snake and in Councilmember Mike Knight's district. And at that time, he asked our office to look at potential options for an ordinance that could prevent similar events from happening in the future. So we did that, and the council referred the item to GNR, and as the slide indicates, there were discussions on October 26th, November 23rd of 2021, and January 25th of 2022. Now, there were 3 options, with a 4th option, which is to do nothing, that we presented to the GNR committee. Those options are part of the council backup in a chart. They voted, or they didn't, they moved it forward, the GNR committee moved it forward to council with no recommendation. And that was on January 25th of 2022. Now, after that recommendation, there was really no action taken until the June 7th, when Councilmember Knight asked that this be brought back as a special item, which was limited to option 2, which I'll get to in a second, which we've called ban with grandfathering and registration. So it is here today as a special item. The mayor also asked at the last meeting that the city manager's office look at cost of implementation and how it would actually operate if this ordinance were to pass. So that's basically where we are. If council does move to adopt it, we would actually draft the ordinance. We have the terms, we don't have the actual ordinance, but it would come back on the consent, probably on the, we would recommend on the consent agenda for the next meeting for council to adopt. Okay, option 2 is what we've called ban with grandfathering and registration. And what this would do, just on a high level, it would ban dangerous wild animals prospectively, but would allow people who already own them to keep them for the life of the animal, provided that they follow the city's registration program, which is would be a part of the ordinance, and comply with all other regulations under that are required under state law, our law, and federal law. The definition that's proposed has been modified a little bit since GNR to address some of the concerns or questions that were raised at that time. I won't read it word for word, but it's basically non-domesticated animals which are normally found in the wild and are inherently dangerous to person and property. Normally they don't live around humans. There's a couple of examples there: lions, tigers, leopards, medically significant venomous snakes we'll get to in a minute. We have defined that specifically. The last sentence, we've changed that a little bit and shorted up, and it basically says if the city is preempted by federal or state law, then they are not, those animals don't fall within the purview of this ordinance. there were questions about wolf hybrids at GNR, and we discovered that federal law does classify those as domesticated, so that's an example of an animal that would not fall under this ordinance because of federal preemption. Okay, the next slide is something that we've added. This is the definition we proposed when we were at GNR, and everyone sort of opined that the people in the know, if you will, that this was a good definition for that, and that is a snake that, if their venom or toxin can cause death or serious injury in humans, that may require emergency medical care or the care of a physician. So, in other words, it's not every snake. These are the snakes that fall within the definition. Now, the next question is, what is prohibited? We now have defined the dangerous wild animal and what would be prohibited under the ordinance, and that is no one could be able to harbor, possess, keep, maintain, release, transport, or have under their control a dangerous wild animal within the city. It does note the council would have to set an effective date, and that will go a little bit more to Ms. Hayward's part, but there would have to be some period of time to put the public on notice and get a program or registration or enforcement program in place. Now, there are certain exemptions that we had proposed in this particular version. There are some organizations that are governed by other state and federal law and that do possess these animals for appropriate purposes other than pets, if you will. That's the list there. Some of them are zoos, laboratories, veterinarians, and any kind of organization that had a state or federal license or permit to deal with dangerous animals. Now, just to be clear, there's an exception to the exemption, and you could only take advantage of the exemption if you were following the regulations that covered your exemption. In other words, you'd have to run the zoo in a otherwise lawful manner. Now, what does grandfathering mean? Basically, if you have an animal at the time that the ordinance goes into effect, you can keep it for the life of the animal as long as you comply with everything else, including registration. Now, registration is a way for the city to keep track of the grandfathered wild and dangerous animals, so the city would know who has them, what type they are, and basically where they're located. Again, I'm not going to go through all these specifically, but basically you would have to tell the city who you are, where you live, what type of animal that you have, provide an inventory of it, maintain records, and things of that nature. One of them is a bill of sale, so that you know that you didn't purchase it after the grandfathering period, if you will. Now, impoundment, basically this goes to kind of the city's remedies. If there is a complaint and the city determines that there is a dangerous wild animal kept in violation of the ordinance, the animal control unit can take possession of that animal. The other penalties are a $500 a day penalty, also reimbursement to the city for the cost of having to impound, keep, shelter the animal. You may remember from the escaped cobra that we did have to pay for someone to take care of it until it could go through the legal process. Now, those are the ordinance terms. Again, we haven't drafted it. We will do it if council decides to move forward. If there are any questions about the ordinance itself, I can answer them, or Alice Tejada from my office, who is the senior associate city attorney, is here, and she advises animal control and may be able to answer the question better than me. And if
Any
not,
questions at this time? Okay, Tansy?
Hey, Mayor, members of the council. Again, I'm Tansy Hayward, Deputy City Manager, here today as the Executive Liaison to the Growth and Natural Resources Committee. During your last conversation, there was a request, as this came forward for discussion, that the city staff attempt to try to anticipate what operational expenses might the city might experience. I'm going to walk through on this first slide some operational assumptions. So there's not been conversations to this point with the council about what the enforcement or operational expectations would be for the program. So we had to make some assumptions to be able to extrapolate some costs. So the first assumption that we made was that there would be 250 animals that would be registered under the grandfathering provision. We came to that number. There is a survey that is held by the American Veterinarian Medical Association that asks households whether they have exotic or specialty animals. 13% of American households have such an animal, but that is a very broad definition. So it picks up things like fish, ferrets, rabbits, hamsters, gerbils, snakes, poultry. So many of those animals would be beyond the definition here. So frankly, we assumed maybe 5% of that broader definition might fall into this category. We also were able to find some information about licensing compliance rates in a number of other mid-sized cities. Compliance with registering animals varies very widely, I think, and is predicated a lot on the efforts of the cities to promote and do enforcement proactively on that. So we saw a range as far as less than 5% in cities like Evansville, Indiana, and Waco, Texas, to around 50% in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Savannah, Georgia. So here we just assumed a 20% registration compliance rate on those numbers as a way to estimate. Using those two assumptions, we would assume 250 registrants. So again, that there's no precision behind that date. We had to use a lot of assumptions to come to that. We tried to extrapolate some of our staffing resources that would be necessary based on our taxi licensing. That's the only really similar program that the city operates right now. We do have 352 registered taxis. We have 2 taxi inspectors. That program works quite a bit differently, though, in that we can coordinate the inspection and enforcement of that. We set dates when people bring their taxis in centrally so that's a highly efficient process, whereas here this would be a distributed process where any enforcement or inspections would need to happen at individual homes. We did assume, based on some of the information that was contemplated to be included in the registration, that the city's current registration system for licenses is very basic. I think there was some discussion at committees hoping that law enforcement and other agencies would have easy access to a database and be able to search in terms of any hazards that might exist at a home. And so we do believe that we'd need some additional work in terms of a database to manage these licenses, but more that would be determined again based on the way that a program would be established. We did assume that there would be some ongoing inspection to confirm that the animals in compliance and the conditions that were initially submitted as a part of the registration continued to be in place. But outside of that, that most enforcement would be complaint-based. So again, we would anticipate that based on what we saw, even in the best case, the highest compliance rate we could find with animal licensing in other mid-sized cities was 50%. So we do imagine that that the compliance with licensing rates would be rather low, and there would still need to be some complaint-based enforcement in addition to that. And that we would need to formalize additional contractual services to assist in the sheltering and care of any animal that was impacted by impoundment or removal. So in terms of costs, we did, again, because of the difference of how we assume this program would need to work to our taxi program, the police department did anticipate that they would recommend 3 animal control officers. So $200,000 anticipates both the base pay and benefit costs. There are the midpoint of an animal control officer salary is $48,000, almost $49,000. Again, there's a broad assumption there in terms of software. We attempted to do some quick website looks, but this would likely be some kind of specialized software. So that really is a very broad estimate. Vehicles and equipment, this is based on the expenses that the animal control unit experiences today in terms of the specialized vehicles that are necessary for that work and some of their specialized equipment to upfit those vehicles. Our revenue services staff in our Department of Finance would handle the intake of money and the more of the administrative record keeping, and this is again based on that workload and extrapolation based on their other workload. We did look into some of the specialized certifications that we would expect these staff to have for this more specialized work, and the police department identified that they would anticipate an annual cost of about $6,000 per officer to maintain that specialized training and certifications. And in terms of assistance with care and sheltering of removed animals, we did use, in terms of those services that the city attorney referenced in terms of the care with the zebra cobra, that was $13,000 that the city experienced there. We extrapolated and assumed that 10% of, we used a figure of 10% of registrants would perhaps need that kind of care. So that's where that $300,000 figure came from. So again, this assumes a full year of costs. So depending on that, this isn't necessarily any specific recommendation. And again, would reiterate that program design and expectations would impact any final recommendation that would come forward to the staff for allocation of resources.
Is your presentation complete?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've brought this back before today, and I just want to say a little bit in reflection of where we've come from and where we're heading with this. It's coming up on a year from the incident back on between June 28th and 30th in a neighborhood right here in Raleigh, the zebra cobra incident. And we understand it actually escaped back in November of 2020. For those neighbors who live close to where the zebra cobra got loose, it was traumatic. Just read the articles and the interviews from that period of time and ask them. I did. And then the reports on TV as well. For those of us who didn't live and don't live close to where this happened, who didn't have to worry about taking a walk in their neighborhood, taking the trash out, mowing the grass, everyday mundane things that were impacted while this deadly snake was loose, it seemed a bit surreal to us. And it did get some laughs along the way. Like, could this really be happening in Raleigh? But it wouldn't have been a laughing matter if one of our first responders who dealt with this or an innocent bystander would have been bitten or spit on by this snake. Most of us thought surely nobody would own such a deadly creature in our midst. Well, it turns out he owned over 70 of them. 70 of such venomous snakes right there in the neighborhood in Raleigh. How many others own such a deadly zebra cobra or a similar number of deadly snakes in Raleigh? We don't know. Well, guess what? Up until today, there's been no state law or local ordinance preventing him from also owning a lion, maybe 3 lions, a tiger, maybe 5 tigers, a chimpanzee, maybe 8 chimpanzees. Really? Yeah, really. Remember, this is not a ban that we're calling for on exotic animals. For example, there are plenty of so-called exotic snakes that will be allowed to be owned in the future here in Raleigh under this proposed ordinance. Just not animals that are prone to kill humans if given the opportunity. We've heard all this before, but I want to remind you that North Carolina is only one of 4 states with no such state law that covers this issue. And Raleigh is the only city of the state's most populous cities that have no ordinance on this subject matter. Our 2 local state senators came out soon after the incident and have called on government to do something about it as well. I listened to the experts, the public safety managers, the animal keepers, and scientists. For example, conspicuously close to after what happened here, the director of the North Carolina Emergency Management Office came out with a memo to all North Carolina public safety, to all of the North Carolina public safety community. I'll just read a few lines from it. Exotic animals that are housed in residential occupancies can pose a threat to the safety of public safety personnel in our community. It is important for local jurisdictions, cities, and counties to consider appropriate and actionable ordinances to protect fire, law enforcement, and EMS personnel in situations where animals pose a physical threat. Examples of exotic animals that pose a public safety responder threat are venomous snakes, big cats, etc. Local jurisdictions are encouraged to consider the following practices, and some of those are along the lines of what we're doing. Further, a letter to us by the Carolina Tiger Rescue, and I'll read a couple of lines. They're the only one I believe that's located in the Triangle over in Pittsburgh. We stand with the Humane Society of the United States in support of option 2, which is before us today, banning dangerous wild animals with grandfathering and registration. Many believe that animals raised in captivity by humans lose their predatory instincts. This could not be further from the truth as they continue to act on their wild instincts. There have been countless dangerous encounters documented by police officers and other first responders, as well as attacks on private owners. Several wild cats at the Carolina Tiger Rescue were turned over to us by owners who could no longer properly and safely care for them. I also, first and foremost, listen to my constituents. Now, I have not heard one of them in my district say, let's not do anything about this, who supports doing nothing. Now, there may have been a few folks that say they're from other parts of the city who have said this, but overwhelmingly, our constituents want us to respond to this problem. And I believe it is our responsibility to listen to the overwhelming majority of our residents and not to the less than 1% who would even have to deal with this through registration of their deadly wild animals. Lastly, as to the presentation by staff, the page on potential costs to me is premature, unsupportable, and a distraction. It is a wish list. It is not a proposed budget. It is up to City Council how we budget in the future for this program to support any ordinance creation. After becoming familiar with other city programs, these potential costs, as they are called, are far beyond anything I would have imagined. For the record, I would not support a budget of anywhere in the ballpark of these potential costs. I will ask for the effective date for registration to be out to July 1st of 2023 to allow us time to create this registry, and this will allay a lot of the recommendations brought up on this wish list. And if there are still costs, we can deal with them in the next budget cycle. I'll also ask for the effective date for future animals to be banned. I believe, City Attorney, is that 2 months or 1 month that I'm going to ask for? I forgot. Is it 2 months or 1 month?
For
future banned animals.
I think you said 60 days, and then the registration for a year is what you, I think, asked for, or...
And also, I will, when you get into the operational assumptions, will not recommend having annual inspections. This is going to be a complaint-based enforcement, as most of our other programs are, and that will also cut down on any potential future cost. At the appropriate time, Madam Mayor, I will move to approve this option B. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cox.
Yeah, I want to say that I will also support option 2, and I appreciate Councilmember Knight's comments about the operational details. At $865,000 with 250 registrants, that's like $3,500 per registrant. And essentially what we're trying to say is we expect the taxpayers to foot the bill to register people, for people to register animals that they really shouldn't have in the first place. And I don't think that's fair. But I do support option 2, and I would really like us to take another look at the cost. I mean, the $3,500 for 250 registrants. I mean, correct me, Gail, if I'm wrong, but I mean, we could do that on paper for a whole lot less, for 200.
Yeah, and if I can clarify, I think the animal control recommendations are for the registration and ongoing enforcement of additional complaints and concerns about. So certainly we weren't trying to suggest that those 3 individuals would just be handling registrants. And again, that registrant number assumed a very low compliance rate with registrants. So again, we assumed only 20% of that population would register, so we could get, in theory, we could still get complaints beyond that. Appreciate the comments, though, from the council that more conversation would have to happen about the expectations of how aggressively this ordinance would be enforced.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll support this option too, and appreciate Councilmember Knight's leadership on this issue. I got a lot of those calls from people when the word was out that a cobra was loose in North Raleigh, and I remember how scared people were. And I think it's clear from what Mr. Knight has laid out, we're an outlier. It's time for us to regulate this kind of activity that is just too dangerous to happen in our city.
Mayor Pro Tem.
We have spent an exorbitant amount of time on this issue, speaking as the chair of Growth and Natural Resources Committee, and let the record show that this snake was comfortably fit into a 5-gallon bucket in the bottom of it, and there was never any real harm. It was all perceived, because as stats show you across the nation over and over again, individuals are not harmed by these animals unless it is their handler. So there was a lot of perceived threat, but there was never any real threat. And I want folks to understand that. There's a lot of things we're afraid of, and many of them we shouldn't be afraid of. There's a lot of things going on in our city right now that need our attention, and I do not think this is one of them. I have not been in favor of an ordinance from the beginning, including when it was not a very well thought out idea, but including now. Councilmember Knight, you talk a lot about how other areas of the state and other areas in the nation have an ordinance. But what our staff found was those ordinances are in basically words only. There's no enforcement component of it. And so if we're going to follow in their footsteps and we're going to do something that is basically rhetoric, there's no real teeth there. As we speak of wild and dangerous animals, maybe that pun was intended. I cannot support really any of the options that were originally presented other than no new ordinance. I appreciate your passion very much on this issue, but I think it's not great governance.
Councilmember Branch.
So I've had conversation with Councilman Knight, and we've gone back, and I think at first you wanted it all out banned of anything that probably didn't walk on 2 feet at the time, and we've come to this point of a registration of animals. That's something that I think I can live with as far as the registration of the animals. There's a part here that talks about the all-out ban of future animals, and I have looked at other municipalities, really it's the counties that have done anything about animals. I mean, I found Durham County, Wake County may have something, and maybe Mecklenburg County. It's been the counties that have done a lot, and there's a registration and a permitting process in Durham County for wild animals. At this time, staff will come back with the text change for us to look at. I'm agreeable for that because I do think we need to know what's out there, if nothing else. I think it behooves our first responders, if for them responding to calls, to know what's out there. You know, it's kind of scary. You go in a place and someone says there's a loose animal and they have no idea what's behind that door. They just know it's some wild animal, and sometimes the owners may be agreeable and sometimes they may not be. But what our job is set some type of standard. And I think this is a first step and a good step, especially with the registration. So I will support this at this time, even though, Councilman Knight, you understand my hesitations with this. But we need to know what's out there.
Councilmember Fort.
To Councilmember Branch's point, there's another option, which is option 3, which is registration. And so that would be a potential option for us to know what's out there without, going through a outright banning of different types of animals, because I'm not in favor of that, and I've said so from the beginning. And so option 3 allows for registration, but it does not go as far as like banning the animals, which I don't necessarily think is what we need at this particular time.
I'm ready to move when you're over, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I move 1, to authorize staff to draft a dangerous wild animal ordinance, which includes the terms presented by the city attorney as option 2, ban with grandfathering and registration, with the ban to become effective 60 days from today, and the registration program to begin on July 1st, 2023, and 2, for staff to put that ordinance on the consent agenda for adoption at the July 5th, 2022 meeting.
All in favor?
Unreadiness.
Oh, excuse me.
Parliamentary procedures come in handy sometimes. Quick question. I know in your motion you said ban 60 days of today, but wouldn't it be of when the ordinance comes before us?
You can do either way, and it will be written in the ordinance. So 60 days from the date of adoption is fine as well.
Okay.
So what is it?
Which one is it?
That's fine. 60 days from the date of adoption.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. It's a 5-3 vote with Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Fort, and myself. No. Me, Fort. Nicole.
We may need to bring that back for a second reading. Let me check that real quick.
While you're checking that, I'm going to move on to the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have 5 items today, the first of which is a text change authorization, an amendment for our UDO concerning water and wastewater facilities in permitted zones. So we have Janine Goodwin from Raleigh Water here to address the first item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Janine Goodwin, Engineering Manager with Raleigh Water. So staff is here to request seeking authorization for a text change regarding major utility uses.
Janine, if you
Can't
could
hear me?
pull the mic to your mouth.
Okay. All right, let me start again. So staff is requesting authorization for a text change regarding major utility usage. Prior to the adoption of the UDO, major utility usage such as the E.M. Johnson Water Treatment Plant was allowed in all residential districts. After the UDO, treatment plants were not permitted in any residential districts, thereby making the E.M. Johnson plant a non-conforming use. And this was an unintended consequence, but as you can imagine, we have frequent construction projects at the E.M. Johnson plant for maintenance and upgrades, and so it has made plan review and approval problematic. And so we want to move forward with correcting that and request amendments to the UDO with use regulations to allow treatment plants in residential districts. There's quite a detailed review process for that spelled out in the agenda item, which I can expand on if you have any questions, or any questions generally.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Cox?
What I don't understand is why do we want to change it to permit these plants in residential? Why don't we just rezone the E.M. Johnson plant? So that use is permitted.
Well, we felt like with use restrictions, there should not be any problems like setbacks and things like that with allowing it in residential. We have no future planning efforts to build any more treatment plants within Raleigh's zoning jurisdiction. So we really felt like we were just dealing with this one site.
Yeah, I don't think I can support this. I think either we rezone the water plant, or we come up with a zoning district that would be appropriate for the water plant.
I don't know if planning or anybody would like to address that. We've talked with planning staff, and this was, part of the direction that we decided to go in.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I'm ready to authorize the UDO text changes requested by staff. It's a motion.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bumpkin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
Councilmember Cox.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And the next item is the Dix Edge area study. We have Matthew Clem from Planning and Development to present this item.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Matthew Clem, Planning and Development. Get the presentation up here in just a second. So, really excited to deliver the final recommendations of the Dix Edge area study with you today. My presentation will cover the project timeline, the work staff did to engage the community, the priorities that we heard from those conversations, some early action items that Council has already taken to advance the study, and next steps in the review process. So this is the Dix Edge study area. It's on the south east side of Lake Wheeler Road, south of downtown, just in the area shaded on the map here. It includes Walnut Terrace, Gateway Park, Fuller Heights, Carolee, and portions of Carolina Pines. So we began the study in the fall of 2020. Our initial project timeline, staff had anticipated beginning outreach in spring 2020, but of course we were delayed by the pandemic. And, of course, that was a challenging time for staff and everyone in the community, but we figured out a way to conduct most of the study virtually, which, of course, we had never done before. So we had several phases of work and community engagement that you can see in the timeline here. We conducted extensive outreach for the project, including some new strategies. So we hired our very first neighborhood ambassadors, which were paid community members who helped us shape our message and engagement strategy. They provided really valuable direction to help reach the community in creative ways, and we found that a really effective strategy. We had 28 workshops, sometimes several in one day. We wanted to make sure that people could engage in the study when they had time to. So we hosted workshops morning, afternoon, and night, and on the weekends as well. We posted signs in the study area in English and in Spanish. We did extensive outreach to the Latinx community with help from our colleagues in the Housing and Neighborhoods Department. We conducted meetings in Spanish, made Spanish language videos and flyers, and of course visited Latinx businesses to conduct outreach. There were 5 surveys with over 1,500 responses, and several hundred participants with each survey. There are 27,000 website interactions, so that's people visiting the website, opening files, clicking on things. So there was a lot of traffic on the website, people getting information that way. We hung thousands of door hangers for each phase of work. And we published 11 newsletters and meeting summaries of each phase as well to keep the community informed as the study went on. We also did something really cool that I've never done at work before. We hosted a community cookout. This was on the recommendation of one of our neighborhood ambassadors. I got a video and it's got some sound, so I'm gonna turn that on now. On the left-hand side, we had a cookout at Eliza Pool Park. There were about 50 or so people in attendance. We gave a presentation and had conversations with the community about their thoughts and desires for the outcomes of the study. We had food, we had ice cream, there were kids playing at the playground nearby. We brought other staff and other teams as well to engage the community on other work in the area. So we wanted that to be a really engaging event, and it was.
Where was that again?
That was at Eliza Pool Park.
Okay.
And now, I don't often try to take personal credit for staff's work, but I did make a really excellent playlist for the community, and you heard that there. So I'll pat myself on the back for that. So, in short, our engagement was extensive, and this is what we heard. So, based on our visioning outreach, the number one priority for the community was walkability, bikeability, and generally connectivity to places in the study area. People told us that they would like to be able to safely walk places that they want to go. The second priority was affordable housing. We know this is a citywide issue. This is also a particular issue in the study area, and the community knows that as well, obviously, and they shared those concerns with us. The third priority concern is displacement of existing residents. We believe the plan will deliver on these priorities. In fact, the City Council has already taken some actions to advance them. So City Council has directed staff to rezone some city-owned properties in the study area for the purposes of creating affordable housing. We've had our first neighborhood meeting for that project. We'll have another one next month. This large site you see here can produce 2 low-income housing tax credit projects, each of at a minimum 120 units. So a pretty good affordable housing plan for the study area. This is just kind of a look at what a development may interact with the Greenway and Stream corridor to the east there, just so some high-level renderings. Looking at this site as well, another city-owned property across from Eliza Pool Park, and this one just to the south. More opportunities for some missing middle housing types. We're going to put all of these out for a request for proposals, working with our Housing and Neighborhoods Department to deliver affordable housing in the Dix Edge area. So we have other broader recommendations and policies in the plan as well to support existing homeowners, improve education on displacement. I put an asterisk there. This was highlighted with the Public Project Community Support Fund. So some action on that happening already as well through the pilot project. And of course, pursue additional affordable housing opportunities and to partner to provide further subsidy in the study area. So that's a big housing piece out of the study that's ongoing now. On connectivity, so this council has already directed staff to advance the Dix Edge preferred streetscape improvements for Lake Wheeler Road. So identified a project from Maywood Avenue to South Saunders along Lake Wheeler here. So that design process is ongoing. And this is what the street looks like today on Lake Wheeler Road, just 2 lanes for vehicle traffic. This is the design that participants in the Dix Edge study created with staff. So we had workshops where we looked at various alternatives, and this came out of the study, and our engineering staff is advancing through that design now based on some council action. So connectivity, walkability improvements in the study area are ongoing as well. Final piece is some public project community support fund pilot project as well. So the study identified some safety improvements at Fayetteville Street here. This is between Walnut Terrace and Washington Elementary. So the study will look at safety improvements like crosswalks, sidewalks, and other kind of safety treatments to make the street a safer place for everyone. And that is ongoing as well through some recent council action. So, of course, like every plan as well, we have some recommended changes to the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, which provides some deeper policy framework to advance the community's goals. There is a new area-specific guidance section, of course, for the Dix Edge area, changes to the future land use map, urban form map, street plan, and bicycle facilities map. Those are all included in your backup and highlighted in the executive summary. So we are asking you today to refer these recommendations to the Planning Commission for review. And if directed by council, we will have a presentation and deep dive into those policies with the Planning Commission in August. Of course, the Planning Commission will review the study, make the recommendation to council. When you receive their recommendation and schedule a public hearing, we'll provide you a deeper dive into the policies as well, outlining the Planning Commission's input and additional public input from that process as well. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? I just want to tell you great work. And, you know, congrats on the best playlist ever.
Thanks.
I'm sure that really, you know, it does. That music and whatnot creates connectivity and camaraderie. And, you know, having 50 people out at an event at a cookout, that's the kind of thinking I want to see from all of you. So thank you. That was great.
I will just have to say, I give credit to Danica Shaw, who was our neighborhood ambassador for that idea.
Well, good job. Councilmember Fort.
Yes, I'd like to also say thank you for the great work. It was really good community engagement, particularly doing the outreach to the Hispanic community using Spanish and a lot of other things. So certainly, I think that was very important. And I did hear from some constituents that really appreciated the way the community engagement was set up around the report. So I just wanted to tell you that publicly.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to call specific attention to the actions that amount to stabilization planning in that term, and would love to see more of it. I think it's great.
We have a motion. Councilmember Fort.
Let me get back to it.
Refer the project report and comprehensive plan amendments to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. Just.
That is the motion.
Okay, I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Unanimous, clerk.
The next item is New Bern Station Area Planning. We have Jason Harden with Planning and Development to present this item.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jason Harden, Planning and Development. I have a very similar update to the item that you just took a look at. So in some respects, I'm going to go a little bit more quickly because the process and many of the themes and much of the community input that we heard was similar, but I am going to go through, because it was a separate process, what we heard and what the next steps for council potential action are. So this was planning around the future bus rapid transit system along New Bern Avenue and the stations that will be operational in the next couple of years. I'm sure this is a familiar map to council, but for those in the room, this is New Bern Avenue going from downtown past the Beltline out to New Hope Road. So multiple bus rapid transit stations where we'll have a very high quality of transit in the upcoming years, and thinking about the communities around this investment and housing and land use and affordability and walkability and developing community and many more things that we heard during this process. So it started about a year ago, and a similar outreach process that involved both in-person and online outreach. We had some topic-specific summits during this process focused on housing affordability and on pedestrian safety. We also had some week-long, for each of 3 sections of the corridor, workshops where we got a lot of very specific community input. And again, had a very robust process with a group of community leaders that helped review and make suggestions to the input process. Several hundred or 1,000 or more participants online and in person, multiple surveys, a lot of online, a lot of in-person connections during this. We had events at multiple community centers. We had a really great event at Enloe High School that Matt, who you just heard from, was a big factor in setting up, and we felt really good about that. We want to make sure that we were reaching age groups that we don't always reach during this process, and you really do hear different things when you talk to students in that age group. So we were quite glad that we had the opportunity to hear from them. So what we heard, again, a lot of similar themes, concern about affordability, displacement, a very specific comment that the story, the really rich history of Black Raleigh is not being told, or not being told in the way it deserves in this part of the city. That pedestrian safety is not good, particularly as you get to and outside the Beltline. That the current zoning doesn't support our investments in transit, doesn't provide adequate opportunity for housing and employment in these locations that will be served by our highest levels of transit in the city. And then in the section between Raleigh Boulevard and Wake Med, concern about, while there's support for the transit project, concern about the impact on the median and existing trees. And so this process came up with some ideas for addressing that, some of which, including the green plus frontage, you've already had a look at and have been put into the city's code as a potential tool for addressing that. So some of the big policies ensuring in the future that housing is available to households at a wide range of income levels through a combination of direct investments from the housing bond, housing supply, legalizing the more affordable housing types, and incentives in zoning. That's the TOD overlay that is in process along other parts of the BRT system, and that this is recommending to be placed along New Bern Avenue as well. Improving community health and reducing carbon emissions. How do we do that? We have the transit in place. We can support that by making it easier for people to walk to the bus stations or to walk to any of their other destinations. Telling the story of Black Raleigh in a much more bold and visible way than the city of Raleigh has in the past. And supporting existing small businesses with additional staff support and funding support, and improving opportunities in similar ways for entrepreneurs in the community. So specifically thinking about housing and business support, acquiring land, as we have done, for instance, at Duplex Village, and are looking to do at other locations along the corridor for the purpose of affordable housing. Continuing to include funding for deeply affordable housing, such as Kings Ridge near Wake Med, where there are a number of units that will be affordable to households at 30% of area median or below. So continuing to invest in that depth of affordability as well. Interestingly, this is coincidental, but you heard the item earlier about SROs or co-housing. This was a recommendation also coming out of this study. So I think you hear a convergence from other cities and the city of Raleigh at looking at this as one of the essential tools to providing more inherently affordable housing types. Expanding funding assistance for home ownership costs, such as repairs, new home ownership opportunities, property tax assistance. That can come from the Public Project Community Support Fund and other sources. And then hiring staff. We have a very robust economic development department that could use more staff to focus directly on small businesses along the BRT corridor. So helping staff up that to achieve some of these goals. Some initial actions, some of which can unfold during the adoption process, some may come after that, but zoning changes, obviously, talking about the zoning overlay and changes to base zoning. Establishing a partnership, which we think is an incredible opportunity for a great coordination with one of the institutions along this corridor. They have a very strong desire in creating a campus Main Street feel that they don't feel like they have right now. They feel like that's essential for student recruitment and retention, and the partnership between the city of Raleigh and that university. They can provide the concepts and the history and the details, and the city of Raleigh can partner and provide funding and design and the sort of resources that we can provide at the city of Raleigh scale. So we think it's an incredible opportunity to really invigorate a partnership that should have been there for 150 years, but we can start to build on that now more than we have in the past. Some pedestrian safety improvements at some key areas that I'll touch on momentarily. Similar to the previous item about the partnership with the university is investing in Tarboro Street as a main street, pedestrian scale lighting, crosswalks, and a really exciting concept that I'm going to show you in a slide or two at the intersection of Oakwood and Tarboro itself. Support for small businesses and public art, and then tree planting, looking at expanding tree planting opportunities for private businesses and properties along the corridor who are looking to replenish some of the trees that will be removed as the BRT project takes place. So immediate pedestrian improvements, and we do have funding in the last transportation bond for precisely this purpose. So outside the Beltline in particular, that is where we have observed the highest rates of pedestrian injuries in collisions. And looking at crosswalks, missing sidewalk gaps, lighting, and other improvements at those major intersections, that's New Hope and Corporation Parkway and Trawick. And some similar work, less of a pedestrian safety need, but equally important in terms of creating a Main Street connection, similar work on Tarboro Street. Some more midterm actions, we feel like those previous actions are things that can start to happen almost immediately. A little bit longer term, acquiring the DMV site, which has an amazing amount of potential for housing affordability, employment generating uses, community space, and I mentioned momentarily the Oakwood and Tarboro intersection, looking at a concept for a Falcon Square, which would be a pedestrianized plaza, would still allow vehicles, but would be oriented to people walking to the campus and create a sense of place that university deserves at that location at its entrance. And then lastly, the Wilders Grove landfill, looking at future potential park uses in a part of the corridor outside the Beltline where we don't have that large scale park. That's something that we can start to plan for in the coming years. And then lastly, a zoning map. This outlines, and it's in your materials as well, where that TOD overlay, which provides incentives for employment and affordable housing, and also changes to base zoning to match the existing comprehensive plan height guidance. So adding 5 stories in locations a little bit closer to downtown, and then where the corridor moves east and transitions to the larger shopping centers and more auto-oriented areas with larger parcels and really large parking lots, in some cases vacant, empty shopping centers, allowing 7 stories with the incentive also on top of that from the transit overlay district. So similar to the last item, this also has a very specific set of comprehensive plan amendments that are in your materials and will come back to council if you authorize the amendment process and to the street plan. So the actions here are similar to what you just heard with the addition of the zoning changes. I think in that case, council had already authorized those changes. In this case, it's synchronized today at this meeting. So if initiated, both of those would come back to council. The zoning changes would involve 2 public meetings before planning commission review. That's the standard part of the zoning process. So this would not come back to council quite as quickly as the Dix Edge items. It would be later this year, depending on planning commission review, could be early next year. That's the anticipated timeline, just given the number of meetings and notifications involved. And then they would both return to council for a public hearing. So that's what I have, and I'm happy to take questions about that.
Definitely thank you for the presentation, the work, and thank those in the community that volunteered and that worked with you and those that came out to the meetings. I do know there will be some concerns as far as some of the height with some of the areas that we're looking to rezone, but I think going through the process, going through our community comment period, we can work and see where we can find opportunities to work together. So at the appropriate time, I would move this forward.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Harden, for being with us. I'd like to know what's on your playlist, but I have a serious question. So this map, am I reading this right? We're going to have, I'm looking in the King Charles area, and we're going to have, we're going to remap this with RX3 within a quarter mile of the transit station?
It's not quite a quarter mile. It's less than that, but the parcel's fronting on the road, and within a parcel or 2, yes, RX3 plus the green plus frontage that was recently created as a way to preserve some additional setback and require some tree planting as if and when those parcels redeveloped. That was a fairly major point of focus during the conversations involved in this planning process. A lot of the residents of that community had some concerns about what they would consider a very significant change to that particular area. A lot of concern about the tree canopy and about more high intensity commercial uses such as drive-throughs. And so that combination of RX3 and the TOD overlay doesn't permit those kind of uses, does permit additional housing choice and supply, would allow the corner store that the residential mixed use district permits, and then with the addition of the green plus frontage, ensures that there will be additional trees planted as those properties start to redevelop over time.
Could I ask a follow-up?
I just wanted to say the tree canopy was a huge issue in making sure that there is tree canopy in the area. So when people are standing there, they are protected from the heat and whatnot. So personally, I'm very happy to see that the community was listened to, because I know that that was something that was critical. But
So just make sure I'm tracking. So RX3 plus TOD bonus is potential for 5 stories.
That's right.
Okay. I'll just say, I am not sure that that's the kind of intensity development we need to support our BRT. So, I think the biggest threat to the success of the BRT is getting the land use right around it. And I'm not sure we're moving as aggressively as we need to on this.
Councilmember Fort?
Yes. One thing I would suggest, I know it's in Councilmember Branch's district, but I've had a lot of conversations, and I think I raised this the last time at our last meeting about some of the confusion around land banking and some of the other things. So I know there are 2 community meetings that are planned. I think aggressive advertisement to make sure folks in the corridor know about those meetings, and they're scheduled at a time that people can participate. If you're talking about small business owners, they're not going to be able to do it in the middle of the day, or so looking at weekends and nights and some other times to make sure you get the maximum participation is going to be very important.
I definitely agree, and it's likely that we'll do what we did with the TOD zoning along the southern and western, where there were more than one. There was one meeting, but it involved more than one actual opportunity for people to engage at different times of day and different formats as well. I'm fairly sure we would look to do that in this instance as well.
So, Madam Mayor, and to address Councilman Buffkin's thing, part of this district, honestly, I don't see a high turnover from residential to commercial because of the longevity, the lot sizes, and a lot of things. And it's really on one side of the street. Along this corridor within the King Charles area. So, but with that said, I refer this comprehensive plan amendments to the Planning Commission to review and recommendations and authorizations a city-initiated rezoning to apply the TOD overlay and make changes to basic district recommended by the plan process.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, again, great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next 2 items are being presented by Larry Jarvis from Housing and Neighborhoods, the first of which is the NOFA, which is a Notice of Funding Availability, and excited about a partnership with Southeast Raleigh Promise for the creation of some rental units.
So good afternoon, Larry Jarvis, Housing and Neighborhoods, and as the city manager indicated, this is happy news that we're sharing with you this afternoon. So as a reminder, this is a pilot initiative in response to Council's missing middle text changes. We issued a NOFA in October, which was due in February. We had a pre-submittal meeting in January. And what we're talking about here is $2 million in affordable housing bond funds and city-owned building sites that would be available for long-term lease. And the requirement was that a third of the units had to be affordable at 30% AMI. And again, we're looking at nonprofit developers. So we did get 4 responses from Families Together, Passage Home, Raleigh Area Land Trust, and Southeast Raleigh Promise. So Families Together requested $578,000. They were not requesting any city lots. 7 units were proposed, and this involved reimbursement of acquisition and renovation costs for properties they had already put in play. And these were at Athens Drive and on Pool Road. So Passage Home requested $1.2 million in 7 city lots, looking at a total of 27 units, which would be 6 apartments, 6 duplexes, and 6 ADUs in South Park. The mix you can see here, duplexes, ADUs, apartments, and again, 30% AMI all the way up to 80% AMI. To give you a sense of kind of the architectural style that Passage Home was looking at, these are a couple of the renderings that they submitted with their proposal. Raleigh Area Land Trust requested $600,000 in 2 city lots for a total of 6 units. They were looking at 2 duplexes and 2 ADUs on Carver Street. On the left here is a rendering of their proposed duplex, and on the right is their proposed ADU, which I thought was kind of interesting. Southeast Raleigh Promise, $1.5 million, and requesting 10 city lots for a total of 27 units. This would fund the construction of ADUs, duplexes, ADUs, townhomes, and single-family homes, 1 single-family home. You can see here that 37% of the units would be available, were targeted to 30% AMI, and then we would have some going up to 80% AMI. Here is just kind of a glimpse of the architectural style proposed by Southeast Raleigh Promise. So the recommendation is that you approve our extending a conditional commitment to Southeast Raleigh Promise of up to $2 million and working with them on working with the attorney's office on long-term land leases. As a reminder, this is a 5-year program, so the other responders would have an opportunity to reapply for the funds, but we thought it was important to stand up Southeast Raleigh Promise with some volume of units. This is a new model for us where we have the higher income units basically subsidizing the 30% AMI units. So we can't fund small projects. It's got to be of some scale for it to be viable. So that's the staff recommendation. I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Councilmember Melton.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say I'm very excited about this. We've been talking about it for 6 months to a year. I know Councilmember Branch cares a great deal about this, and he and I have had conversations. I just want to reiterate for everyone at home, this is the city leveraging city-owned land, taking maximum use of our new missing middle text changes, and finding a way to get deeply affordable units into production. And we have to lead by example. We've done a ton of zoning reform, text changes to a lot of different types of housing. The city holding onto property that's sitting empty does not help anyone. So now coupling that with the zoning reform and moving this forward to work with a group like Southeast Raleigh Promise is very exciting. You said something, this is a new way of us, a new model for us. And I think that's exactly right, because we're not going to fix these problems that have built up over decades doing things the exact same way as we were doing them before. So I'm very excited, and I am happy to either make or second a motion to approve at the appropriate time.
Motion seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Aye. And I just want to say I'm very happy to see some innovative thinking and looking at things differently and taking advantage of the zoning changes we have made. So as Jonathan said, leading by example is important, and I'm really proud of y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I just want to thank Larry for this work and what you're doing. I did receive some calls. Some groups asked, how was Southeast Raleigh selected? I think you gave a clear description of why they were selected. From what I see, they're doing more units. They're really doing a deeper dive. Yes, they have to augment, the cost because of that, but I definitely appreciate this policy going out, thinking outside the box, and that we are moving and we are doing something for affordable housing and for low-income housing. So thank you.
And as I transition into this next portion of the presentation this afternoon, to that point, with Southeast Raleigh Promise, that's $3 million between the city and the county to create 27 units, so it's not cheap. It's still a lot of money. But now, as we look at what we're talking about here with some other vacant properties, we propose that the property be the only leverage, that we not put any money in. So, with that said, if you recall that we did go through a rezoning process to upzone some city-owned properties there at Cabarrus and East Street and on Bloodworth. And so we are looking at dispositioning 9 lots, what we call the Cabarrus and East Street cluster. And in addition, 411 Morrison Street, which I will touch on in a minute. So what we propose is an RFP on 5 of the lots where we would retain ownership of the land, and that you authorize us to work with real estate on disposing of 4 lots under the upset bid process, and I'll share those reasons with you. So again here, the Cabarrus and East Street clusters, again, this is one of the sites that just recently went through the rezoning process, which is rezoned to RX with the urban limited frontage. Noting here that 508, 510, and 514 have very significant topographical challenges. The adjacent lot here at 516, if you can see that at the bottom of the screen, has a pretty significant retaining wall there at the street plus terraces. So it'll be very expensive to develop those 3 lots for affordable housing. That's why we're proposing to do those through the upset bid process. The same thing here with the 2 lots there at on Bloodworth Street, 424 and 428, just got rezoned to DX. The Morrison Street lot had been used as a surface parking lot for some long period of time. It's in the Oakwood General Historic Overlay District. So what we're looking at for the kind of flat area there at the corner of Cabarrus and East Street, what we would really like to see there is a 3-story apartment building that is a walk-up and is all efficiencies or studios targeting downtown workers, service workers. At a minimum, 20% of the units would have to be affordable at 60% AMI, and preference would be given to a higher percentage of affordability, but that would be how we would evaluate them. There would not be a requirement for any off-street parking, so we can maximize the utilization of the site, and again, long-term land lease. And we would do the same thing there at 424 and 428 Bloodworth. Potentially we could get a quadruplex or something like that there. And then working with real estate on the upset bid process for 508, 510, and 514 Southeast Street, where we do have the significant topographical challenges, and upset bid process for 411 Morrison Street. That property, because of its location, has a tax value of over $500,000. We'd much rather be able to use the sales proceeds from these sites to reinvest into our gap financing. I think we're getting long-term, that's the bigger bang for the buck and the more units. So that's what we are putting on the table this afternoon, is for you to approve the issuance of an RFP for the properties we just talked about, and authorize us to work with the real estate office on the upset bid process on the other sites.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Cox?
So with the East Street sites, when you say they have topographical challenges, can you clarify that? Because when I'm looking at the map, I only see a difference in elevation of like 10 feet across those properties, 10 to 12 feet. So I'm not real clear, you know, when would a property not have topographical challenges?
Again, right there at the street frontage, and it's a I regret that we don't have a photograph of the lots, but again, it's right there at the street there was a retaining wall there along 514, 510 that has fallen down. So to develop those, you're going to have to basically come back in and reinstall a retaining wall at the street. And as I said, 516 has the retaining wall, and then above that terraces to get up, because there's a lot of topo there.
But what kind of housing would be permitted on those lots? I mean, it's more than single family, right?
Yeah, I think someone could take those 3 lots and do some kind of multifamily there and justify the cost of the retaining walls and the other site work that would be necessary to have a buildable site there.
Okay, so just to be clear, we have a 10 to 12 foot difference in elevation, and we're considering that topographically challenged in order to build multifamily affordable units.
And what I'm saying is that the cost of the retaining wall is pretty significant.
Yes.
Here at 414, 416, and to a lesser extent 504, they're relatively flat. So you don't have to incur the cost of retaining wall or anything like that.
And we wouldn't be able to allow them just to remove the retaining wall and just level the property?
That kind of grading would be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
Councilmember Melton.
I was just going to move to approve. I was going to say I'm very familiar with this area. I've seen the house that you've talked about that has the tiered steps. I understand that selling this for maximum profit, letting whoever buys it deal with that issue, and we take the money, the proceeds, and invest it into affordable housing fund. I think I support that option. So I'm happy to make the motion or second the motion if anyone else wants to make it.
Well, you've just made it. I'll second it. Okay. Councilor Buffkin, you can second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Councilmember Cox opposed. Again, thank you. Innovative thinking, moving things forward. Keep up the great work.
And that concludes my report today, Mayor and Council.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break because I cannot sit anymore. Everybody who's here for public hearings, I apologize, but 5 minutes, we'll be right back at it. I need a stand-up desk. Yeah, exactly. Welcome back, everyone. We will now start with matters scheduled for public hearing. Our first is a public nuisance abatement.
Mayor Baldwin, before you start that hearing, could I announce that 509 Cutler Street has been paid and withdrawn?
509
Cutler with the
Cutler, okay. And actually, before we begin, I just want to go back to the city attorney.
Yeah, for the wild and dangerous, we do not need a second reading. It'll come back for final adoption next time, and it's been introduced. So I apologize for any confusion. They took it out of the zoning requirements. We hadn't seen one for a while, so I wanted to double check the rules. So we're all good to vote on consent next meeting.
Okay, Bryce.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Code Enforcement. I just have one nuisance lien abatement that's I'm bringing to you today for lien confirmation. It's 1209 Boyer Street. I don't think anyone signed up to speak. So.
Yeah, no one has signed up in support or opposition. So the one we would have left is 1209 Boyer Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you have any questions, I'm here.
Do you have any questions, anyone? No? All right, I will open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for
Councilmember
approval.
Buffkin, okay. Seconded by Councilmember Buffkin. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
It's unanimous, clerk. Next is petition annexation AX 722. Again, no one has signed up in support and no one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Christopher Golden with Planning and Development. So on this first annexation that you have before you, it's a 6100 block of Fox Road. It's zoned R10 conditional use. It's about 1.456 acres. The developer wishes to construct 12 townhomes on the property, and if annexed, it would be brought into the boundaries of District B, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions on that.
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Cox?
I make a motion to adopt the annexation.
Seconded by Councilmember Buffkin. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You have the next.
Okay, sure. The second annexation that you have before you is AX 922. It's in the 2300 block of Tryon Road. It's contiguous and inside the ETJ. Contiguous to corporate limits. It's approximately about 10.6 acres. It's zoned residential mixed use for conditional use. It's also in a parking overlay district. The developer, the intended use for the property is a residential, multifamily apartments where they plan on constructing 224 units on an approved subdivision plan. If annexed today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of District D, and also I might want to mention that there is water and sewer to the site. More than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Okay, once again, no one has signed up in support or opposition. No questions. I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Yes, it'd be my motion to accept the annexation.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Next. Christopher?
Sure. And this is the final annexation that you have before you today. It's AX 30-2022. It's on Rock Quarry Road and Sunnybrook Road. There's various addresses involved in this. The zoning on this property is residential mixed use for parking limited conditional use. There is water and sewer to the site. It's roughly about 14.7 or 07 acres. The developer on this site wishes to develop it as a residential multifamily apartments for a total of 192 units. If it's annexed today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of District C, and more than happy to answer any questions if you have them today.
Okay, let's see. We have Isabel Maddox here in support. No one has signed up in opposition. Do we have any questions? Nope. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing, and if you're okay with it, close the hearing.
Yeah, I just want to say this is an affordable project, and we look forward to your approval.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have a motion?
I move for approval.
Second.
Seconded. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone in opposition? Okay, thank you, clerk.
Thank
That
you.
was unanimous. Next, we have rezoning Z4521 on Navajo Drive.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development.
So this is Z4521. It just is on Navajo Drive. Just want to remind you here that one of the parcels represented by Ms. Maddox has been requested to be removed. And so if you take action on that today, you want to reflect that in your motion, please. And I believe the applicant, there's been no formal change to the case since you last discussed it. I believe the applicant has an update to provide you with additional information about his conversations since your last discussion.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for staff, if I may.
Yes.
You recall the last meeting I asked for some staff guidance on whether this is consistent with the Midtown St. Albans plan. Have you done that? Do you have a...
I did it during the last meeting, and now I don't. I just have to look. It's in the staff report. I'll look and I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Sorry. I thought we had resolved it.
Hello, Madam Mayor, members of council, Michael Birch, Longleaf Law Partners, here on behalf of the applicant for this rezoning case. At the last meeting, there were some good kind of questions raised in relationship to, one, the number of units anticipated to be developed under this redevelopment proposal, as well as just some general questions about kind of the relocation and impact on existing residents. So to address those issues, I wanted to bring Alex Cathcart with Federal Capital Partners forward to speak to those two issues, and then I will get back up and close. Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, good afternoon. Alex Cathcart. I'm a Senior Vice President with FCP. I'm a local Raleigh resident and have been with the firm for over 10 years. We've held an office here for over 10 years and have made about 30 investments in the Triangle. We have a long and established track record of fixing, maintaining, and improving older apartment communities throughout the country and particularly here in the Triangle. We purchased the Point at Midtown in 2014. It was highly distressed at the time. It was about 75% occupied. There were about 35 units out of service in complete disrepair. The residents were being treated really poorly, problems unanswered, issues unfixed, lots of problems, and it was really in a sad state. We took over in late 2014, immediately spent $5 to $6 million on capital improvements. We've spent another $5 million to date, bringing the total to plus or minus $10 million. The property is extremely expensive to operate on an ongoing basis. Aside from ongoing operating expenses, we spend between $500,000 and $1 million a year in recurring capital expenditures. The property, built in the late 60s, is functionally obsolete, and repairs and replacements to keep this property functional for another few decades would be impractically astronomical. I feel FCP is unique in that it holds and invests these properties in these properties on an ongoing basis, not just upfront, whereas many owners of similar types of assets only invest upfront and then don't have the capital to continue investing. I feel strongly that were this property to change hands, we could see it fall into the same disrepair from which it suffered before we took over. Again, the property is really nearing the point in its life cycle where it's becoming more and more impractical to repair and replace building systems and components. I'd like to touch on two issues raised during the last council meeting. The first is working with residents on relocation. I want to emphasize that we will continue to treat our residents with dignity and respect throughout the relocation process. We feel we have a really strong reputation and track record of doing so. In fact, we have a growing and very large focus on environmental, social, and governance issues. We have 3 full-time staff members fully dedicated to these efforts. We also invest enormous amounts of money into philanthropic endeavors, including an allocation of $5,000 per year per asset in our portfolio for community and philanthropic events and initiatives. In addition to that, we do quite a lot at the corporate level, including back to school fundraisers. We provided almost 700,000 meals to those in need during the height of the pandemic, and so on. Second, we anticipate that the removal of the units will only happen in phases, thus preventing a large number of residents being displaced at one time and competing against one another for new homes. Third, we'll work with residents on relocation in a variety of ways. Finding units or giving priority to units in other FCP communities. We actually own another community not too far away. Conducting a housing fair to assist residents with finding other suitable options and educating them on how to go about that. Being as flexible as possible with deposits. Of course, residents post deposits when they move into a community, so we'll be as flexible as we can to assist with their move out and their next deposit. There are actually services out there that can greatly reduce the deposit outlay for folks. Services such as Sure Deposit that can reduce that up to 80–90%. In some cases, we'll try to allow residents to leave early without penalty, and we'll try to use what other resources locally available may be out there. The second issue I wanted to touch on was affordable units in the redevelopment. Due to the large stock and growing stock of commercial development in the area, we envision this as a primarily residential area, and feel that even with the lowest density build out, we could see 1,100 to 1,200 units built here, dramatically increasing the housing stock in a submarket that's growing quite quickly. Not to mention, we'd be well over the 900 unit threshold, above which we will start adding affordably priced units into the system that are both rent and income restricted. So due to the size of the site, the most likely scenario does involve developing in excess of 1,200 units. So we'll have, in excess of the 900, we'll have 10% of those additional units priced affordably. And I'll hand it back over to Michael. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. And
can Councilmember Branch had a question?
Yep, absolutely.
I have a question for you. You mentioned that you would be doing this work in phases. So
Most likely. It's to be determined.
So with you doing it in phases, will there be opportunities for current residents to move into the new phase or residents to return to the new phase?
Absolutely. I mean, fair housing laws require that. If anybody qualifies, we're happy to have them as a resident, or I'm sure any future owner would be happy to as well. So I think that would be a priority, sort of smoothing that over if possible.
So as you mentioned, working with residents so that they could move and working with, down payments and things of that nature, I think it would be good, since you already have them making multiple payments now, to consider that as you're moving forward. And I think that'd be very helpful hearing that from you.
Yeah, absolutely. To the extent we can retain residents in that area or move them to our other property down the street, or comparably priced properties in the area, which there are quite a few, we'd love to smooth that transition and help folks as much as possible. Again, we view ourselves as stewards to the community. We really try to give back to the areas in which we invest and try to treat our residents with a lot of respect and care, and this property will be no exception. Thank you.
Okay. Michael?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And again, while housing affordability is certainly a big topic in this location, I also want to just touch on the other big topic, which is kind of transportation infrastructure, and remind the council that as part of redevelopment of this project, that we will be realigning and extending Navajo Drive. Also, we'll be connecting to Church at North Hill Street, which again will provide a great relief valve for St. Albans Drive. We will also be extending Quail Hollow Drive through the project and dedicating the right-of-way necessary for the multimodal bridge across 440. And of course, all of these kind of costs as part of any redevelopment of this property are such that it really will kind of push the density and the need for density up here to accommodate those costs and also to help accommodate the affordable units in this project, especially as it continues to compete with other nearby developments that do not have affordable units. And last, let's just want to emphasize our work with the Midtown CAC throughout this process. We were in constant communication with them, presented to them multiple times, multiple phone conversations, email conversations, making sure that we were addressing each of the policies in the Midtown area plan. I think the staff report will reflect that this request is consistent, fully consistent with all the policies of the Midtown area plan. And we thought that that was important, given that this was the first case to come in under the Midtown area plan. And we know that you all have many more coming forward, and we felt that it was important to respect the plan and to set the bar. So with that, we're here to answer any questions the council may have and would appreciate your support for this case. Thank you.
Do we have any additional questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I want to first thank Mr. Cathcart and with FCP for coming down today and providing this additional information. I know I had some hesitation last time, and I think it's worth saying that we have many properties like this throughout the city that are about to be in this phase of needing to turn over, because if it was just invested with additional funds to upkeep it, rents would still skyrocket with those needed improvements. And so first, I appreciate that y'all did purchase a property, and I remember the flip happening and when those improvements were made. So it's really helpful to hear that and that y'all still have it. I also think it's really important that we kind of create this culture and understanding that we as a community take care of our people. And it definitely sounds like FCP has been doing that and has continued commitment to doing that. I don't know how you put that into policy or conditions into a rezoning case, but I think it's really important to hear and see our development partners coming down and saying that. So I still, I don't have any hesitations at this point. I think we're just at this point where we're going to keep seeing this. And I think it's really important to kind of set this precedence that we expect to take care of existing residents. We heard earlier stabilization planning. So I think this is just going to keep coming back up. And I, again, just really appreciate y'all taking some time to come talk to us about it. So thank you.
Any other questions before I close the hearing?
I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Buffkin's question. The same thing happened this afternoon that happened the last time this was discussed, that Mr. Birch answered your question before I could come back to the mic. So there's one relevant policy in the area plan that's cited for this request, and it is consistent. So the request could be consistent overall with the plan, which is what Mr. Birch asserted at the last discussion and also this afternoon. And then if you will remember, 1032 Navajo Drive, owned by RI North LLC, is the parcel that asks to be omitted from the request. If you are going to make a motion, I would ask you to please reference that parcel as being excluded. Thank you.
Any other questions before I close the hearing? Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for that answer. It's valuable to me to have your independent review. And even if I know the answer already, it's helpful for me and the people watching at home to hear you say it. So thank you for that. So I might need some help from the city attorney. Ms. Tatum, is it as simple as reading the approval motion and adding excluding 1032 Navajo Drive? Is that the way we should do this?
Yes, the same way you would incorporate the consistency statement, but just move to approve with the exclusion of PIN number. Best for you, Bynum? With the address as excluded, correct.
Okay, I'm ready whenever you are.
I'm going to close the hearing first.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 21, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action, with the exclusion of the property located at 1032 Navajo Drive.
We have a second. Councilmember Branch has seconded. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. Thank you. Next is rezoning Z6123, 316 West Edenton Street.
Yes, ma'am, we've discussed this one a couple of times. There have been no changes to the case, the official rezoning request since you last discussed this, but I believe the applicant again has an update on work they've been doing in the community outside of these meetings to address your concerns. So I think you would want to hear from the applicant on that.
Yes, we also have Reverend Hodges, who has signed up to speak. If he and Worth Mills are here, I'd like to have them both come up. And no one has signed up in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Worth Mills, Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302, Raleigh 27612. Since our initial City Council public hearing on April 5th, we were tasked with continuing discussions with two nearby churches, one St. Paul AME Church and the other Edenton Street United Methodist Church. One area of concern that we heard from the Edenton Street Church and from this council was the maximum allowable building height, which we reduced down from 40 stories to 35 stories last month on May 6th. When we spoke with members of the Edenton Street Methodist Church, with Pastor Greg Moore, they made clear to us that their primary concern was the well-being of their sister church, St. Paul AME, which is located across North Harrington Street from this property. When speaking with Reverend Hodges and members of that board of trustees at St. Paul AME Church, they stated to us that they are not opposed to redevelopment or higher maximum allowable height at this site, but they really wanted to ensure the long-term viability, the structural integrity of their sanctuary. And so over the last 3 months, we've been working with St. Paul AME Church to identify what the initial structural integrity of the sanctuary is and what areas need to be remedied based on, just the length of time that building's been there. I believe it's over 150 years old, and over time, repairs need to be done before they become larger structural issues. And so, again, over the last couple of months, we've been working with Reverend Hodges, the Board of Trustees at St. Paul AME Church, to come to an agreement on how we can best assist them with making those needed aesthetic and structural repairs, and to ensure the long-term viability and durability of the sanctuary as it exists today. I'll turn over the rest of our time to Reverend Hodges to let him speak on that work, but did want to reiterate one last time that, again, this rezoning is consistent with all applicable comprehensive plan policies. It's in a location suited for intense redevelopment, and it is reasonable and in the public interest. We appreciate your time in allowing us to continue that work, and again, I'll turn it over to Reverend Hodges now. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and the City Council, Reverend Robert L. Hodges, Senior Pastor, St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church at 402 West Edenton Street. We stand and we do not oppose the rezoning of the Z6121. We want to thank Brother.
Could you speak into
okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to take my mask off because.
We understand. That's fine.
Okay. Let me start over again.
Please.
Madam Mayor and the City Council,
Perfect.
Reverend Robert L. Hodges, Senior, Pastor of St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church at 402 West Edenton Street in Raleigh. I stand to not to oppose the rezoning of the 316 project. My congregation and officers of St. Paul, we do not oppose the rezoning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have no one else signed up to speak. Do we have any questions for Worth or the Pastor Hodges?
So we heard from the residents at the Quorum Center. Is anybody here today, or maybe you can tell us what they're saying? I was kind of expecting some accommodation of them as well.
Yeah, nobody signed up, and the attorney didn't sign up either.
Last I spoke with Mr. Ben Kuhn was last or 2 Thursdays ago. He said that he was now representing the entire Master Association, not just the Homeowners Association of those residents at the Quorum Center. We had previously met with Mr. Kuhn and one of the members of their residential board after our initial April 5th meeting. That conversation and discussion did not lead to any additional zoning conditions that we could offer. And so again, I've kept a lot of communication open with Ben, but have not heard any substantive requests on his part, either from the Owners Association or from the Master Association, which involves a handful of businesses at the Quorum Center as well. Again, most of our work, we did reach out to the Quorum Center, met with them. We met with Edenton Street United Methodist Church. And after those meetings, we wanted to make St. Paul AME Church our priority in trying to work with them to create a development that they felt comfortable with, and that would again help preserve their sanctuary as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
I don't have any questions. I'm ready to make the motion once you close the hearing. So.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. First, I'd like to congratulate the applicant and their attorney with working with Pastor Hodges and the members of St. Paul. In addition to conversations with Pastor Hodges, I did talk to some of the membership, and so have been kept abreast of this process the entire time, and I'm glad y'all were able to come to a resolution that's going to be protective of the church, not just now, but in the future. And I think that was what was communicated to me by membership and Pastor Hodges, that if something happens to the church in the next 10 years or so, there's a remedy in place. And so that's very important based on the historic character of the church facility. So with that being stated, it's my motion to approve. I move to adopt a proposed consistency statement dated June 21st, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, so that is Councilmembers Knight, Buffkin, and Cox in opposition. Clerk. Thank you. All right, next we have rezoning Z7321. That's Leesville Road.
Yes, ma'am. This is 2 parcels on the west side of Leesville Road. It's a request to rezone just under 18 acres from R4 to a residential mixed-use district with a 3-story height limit and some conditions. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. A couple of views of the site from the street, so you get a feel for things here. I would just note the elementary school in the bottom right-hand corner is nearby. So what they have done here is prohibited or limited their uses to single unit and 2-unit and multi-unit living. They've prohibited the apartment building type, so that means single family, duplex, or townhouse. They've limited the total number of units to no more than 130. They've offered a landscape buffer along their western property line and also along their southern property line. They've specified a 30% site area for open area. They've specified a dog park amenity and also a future pedestrian and a public easement for future pedestrian access to the school if approved by the county. So what's changing here, the maximum number of units is increasing significantly to 130. The setbacks, the rear setback is reduced, and the front setback could be more than what is currently in place. So this is consistent with the plan overall, number of consistent policies, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Anybody have questions? Councilmember Knight?
If you go back to the page with the easement, what's the thought there in terms of what that would look like, sidewalk or a greenway?
Can I go to the map real quick and show you? So the school in this picture is adjacent to, oh, you can see it here. So here's the school. And so they're saying they would offer pedestrian connection to the school property, provided that is agreeable to the county that controls the school site.
Access from their site?
From their site.
Okay.
So if I lived there, I could walk to school without going out to Leesville Road.
Okay. The subdivision that's to the, I guess that would be to the west.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any access to the school from that without having to go out to, I guess that would be
No, sir,
Leesville
I don't
Road?
believe there is.
Is there a sidewalk in front of the school leading to that subdivision?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we
Certainly
can
there's
look
a sidewalk in
we can
front of
look
the
and see.
school.
I would hope so.
Yeah, but you don't know how far it extends?
No, sir, I don't. I can look at the aerial while you hear from the applicant.
We need more access to that school from that subdivision. I've heard from parent in there, but I can ask the applicant about that. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and then I think the real issue is, would the county accept the connection?
Okay, we have no one signed up in opposition. In support, we have 4 people. Collier Marsh, I believe, is here to represent the applicant.
Good afternoon.
And I open the hearing.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. Collier Marsh with Parker, Poe, Adams, and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant. I'll run through this very quickly and hit on some of the important points, but this is a somewhat straightforward request. We're going from R4 to RX3U, and our intent was, we intend to be very clear with our conditions as to what we're trying to do here. It's going to be a townhome community with a large amount of preserved open space, and which greatly benefits the surrounding area by providing some needed street and pedestrian connections. And that open space also benefits the surrounding area by preserving some of the riparian areas. And so the intent behind that public access easement is to provide, and it's blocked by my box here, but essentially the bottom right corner of that Sycamore Creek Elementary School box you see there is where the driveways are closest to our site. And so that's where we're envisioning providing a sidewalk connection directly to the school. The condition is phrased as such because we need to get to site plan and have a final agreement with the school before we can make that commitment, and didn't want to have a condition that essentially would be void if the school for some reason didn't agree. But the behind the scenes discussions have happened, and there's a pretty clear understanding that that is how it's going to play out. So we provide a public access easement, a sidewalk connection. There are sidewalks on Leesville Road, but Leesville Road is a much more heavily traveled road. There also are sporadic sidewalks in the surrounding area, so what this does is it provides just a safe, walkable area directly to the school for the surrounding neighborhoods. Then the remainder of our conditions, again, just to make this intent clear, the uses and density limits, this is going to be townhomes. 30% of the site is open space, circulated or centered around riparian areas, and then as well as a dog park amenity. A lot of those conditions were added in response to the feedback we received both from neighbors, from stakeholders, and from staff, including that open space connection buffers neighbors specifically requested, and then that connection as well came up through staff discussions. This just shows how it evolved based on that community feedback. So conditions in black are the ones we started with. Conditions in blue are the ones we added based on the feedback we heard. We're consistent with the future land use map, hit it spot on. It calls for the RX district, calls for density within the range we're proposing, also calls for the townhome use we're considering. Staff report notes that we have 9 consistent policies, 0 inconsistent policies. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval, and we respectfully request that the council vote to approve this rezoning. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Knight?
You may have said this, but is it Dunzo Road? That's connecting through?
Yeah, so Dunzo, I think it's Dunzo Drive. That's on our western border. That would connect through our site, and that would be the sole connection straight through to Leesville Road. We've worked with traffic and understand that that's going to actually be a big release valve, because that neighborhood back there is a lot of cul-de-sacs, a lot of dead ends, and not a lot of access to major streets.
And it'll be sidewalked all the way through?
Yes, that's correct.
And then, okay, so they can use that to walk to school once you get that easement there. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I am going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Okay. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 21st, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem has seconded. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z8721 Glenwood Avenue and West North Street.
Yes, ma'am. This is just over an acre at the northeast corner of Glenwood and Lane. And the request is going to go from the downtown mixed use is going to stay the same, the base district, but the height will increase from 7 stories to 40. They're keeping the shopfront frontage and also adding some conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The Historic Development Commission also reviewed and provided no comments, and Planning Commission recommends approval. So this is just south of the Creamery site, which we saw not too long ago. So between North and Lane Street on the east side of Glenwood, just west of the railroad. So what they have done here, they've prohibited a handful of uses, and then they have also specified that they will provide a public art installation of a minimum size. So there's a mural on the site currently, and they're basically kind of carrying that forward. So big increase in entitlement here because of the height increase, consistent with the plan overall. And the Planning Commission recommends approval, and the Historic Development Commission had no comment. What questions do you have before you open the hearing?
What questions do we have? Okay. I'm going to open the hearing. We have Molly Stewart here on behalf of the applicant, and no one has signed up in opposition.
Thank you. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, 421 Fayetteville Street. I'll keep my comments quick. We'll move forward. As we move through this process, we did hear some interest from neighbors. We never heard any opposition throughout the process. As you know, we're keeping that shopfront frontage the most restrictive to property owners and the most supportive of downtown foot traffic and supporting our retail ecosystem. This is also within a quarter mile of the 2 potential locations for BRT stations, and then within a half mile of much of downtown. This is where the downtown designation, the core transit area, and the transit station areas all come together at this location, supporting our cornerstone policies of expanding housing entitlement, especially near transit services and jobs. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
It's my motion. It's my motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 21st, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Next, we have rezoning Z9221 Nowell and Corporate Center.
This is a request to rezone just under 6 acres from the Office Park Base District and the R4 Base District to a unified residential mixed-use district. The height limit would be raised to 5 stories, and there's some conditions associated here. This is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan, but not with the future land use map or the urban form map. The Planning Commission recommends approval. So this is on the east side of Corporate Center, the west side of Nowell. It goes all the way through between the two, and it's just north of Lincolnville Road. So they have limited, with their conditions, they have limited development to no more than 235 units. And so the big change here is the big increase in residential entitlement because they're removing that office park designation and going to the residential mixed use district. Their office and retail potential goes down significantly. The map here, the future land use map here does designate office research and development, so inconsistent with the map technically here. And then they've not offered a frontage, which the urban thoroughfare designation on Nowell and Corporate Center would indicate would be appropriate. But again, consistent overall with the plan because of some other policies. If you approve this, it would modify the future land use map to the moderate scale residential category, and you can see that shown here. That's part of the consistency statements in your packet. And the Planning Commission does recommend approval. What questions could I answer before you open the hearing?
I have one question. I understand Office Park is our only district that kind of doesn't allow residential. That's right. Is there a reason? I wasn't on council when that was determined. Was there any reason behind that, or why?
I think at the time the feeling was that we needed to, like the IX district that is associated with business and commercial services, that we needed to provide districts that favored business. You all actually have approved some revisions to the future land use map categories that would change or at least create a process for us to have a conversation about changing Office Park. And we're working on that, but we're also working on a lot of rezoning cases. So I think there's more conversation ahead about that.
Okay. Well, I definitely look forward to that conversation at the appropriate time of revisiting Office Park and seeing what type of residential. It doesn't have to be high end, but high volume, but at least some type of residential to help with some of these cases.
Some mix. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. And again, no one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Isabel Maddox, here today with the applicant, developer John Bruckle. As Bynum said, we're seeking to accommodate multifamily development here in the heart of what is already a pretty robust mixed-use area. Just to give you a sense of the zonings that are in the area, you'll see all the different colors. That's because there are a lot of different zonings in this area. And then continuing on, you'll see, and to sort of speak to Mr. Branch's comment, right now, the dark blue is the office research development. That's the comprehensive land designation. But you see right now there are already apartments right here that are in that future land use map designation. So this is not an unusual thing for apartments to be in that designation. They predated probably the future land use map designation. We don't think it's really appropriate. And I think the council has considered or is considering changing that future land use map category to allow for residential, but in its interest in promoting mixed use rather than single use districts. So I think that's a pretty key point here. The other thing on the urban form map, there are several different frontages. You can see from the zoning map, we got Parkway, we got parking limited, we got green down here, Parkway here, parking limited here. So there doesn't seem to be one that's the winner as far as what frontage it should be. And also we have a restrictive covenant in place on this property that could require a wooded buffer. It's a little bit unclear, and so we're hesitant to put a frontage on this property for that reason. We hope to clear that up over the next few months. That is the reason we've not imposed a frontage on this property. We do think this is, again, a very good mixed-use area. There, office park, hotel, light industrial, multifamily, 3 stories, 5 stories, 7 stories, a good mix of heights. Here's our conceptual site plan. We'll show a continuous vehicular path through the site. And we do really propose along the frontage of Nowell, no parking between the building and the street. So we just have to get clear on what that restrictive covenant is going to require. So we do think it's a good mixed-use area where you can live, work, play, eat in this area. And we think there are a lot of reasons to rezone this property. It adds housing stock, it promotes mixed use, it reduces vehicle trips. There's a lot of employment nearby. very good access to the highway corridors of I-40 and Western BRT. It's on a transit line. It's in a mixed-use neighborhood already, and it complements the neighborhood. Good spot for multifamily. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So I do have one question. It relates to the retail usage. One thing I would like to see is in communities like this that there is some retail incorporated, so we truly are creating walkable communities. What are the plans related to that?
There is no plan for retail here, and this is a RX request, and there is a small amount of retail permitted in RX. It's difficult to do because it's got to be at the intersection of two streets, and we're not proposing a public street going through the site because of the size. So I don't know that we would be able to execute a retail in this location. Don't have any plans to do that right now. I don't think this site is really well suited to that.
Any plans for a food truck area or other types of things that could be brought in for those who live there?
I'll ask my client. We don't have any proposal for that at this point.
Is it something he would consider?
You know, it's a narrow site. So, I mean, the site will be consumed with the parking and the two buildings that are proposed. You know, food trucks could probably come and visit maybe during construction, but I don't know that there'll be, and there may be some ability to bring a food truck in there, but I think that would be something that would have to, you know, as the site develops, that would have to evolve. The thinking would have to evolve a little bit to accommodate that at this point.
If I would, this is a message I keep trying to send. I think that's something this council would like to see. So a little different approach to just building multifamily, but truly making things more walkable and easier for people to use. So, you know, not asking for a zoning condition, I'm just making that suggestion for the future.
And we appreciate that. We'll definitely take that into consideration.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
My motion to approve. I've been busy today.
You are.
Motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 21st, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z1322 Creedmoor Road.
This is a request to rezone 0.55 acres from R4 to OX3. You can see this has already happened for a lot of neighboring parcels on Creedmoor Road already. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. So here's a look at the site. And what would change here, the residential entitlement would increase, but so would the office and retail entitlement here. And I believe that is the intent, is for office use here. So consistent overall with the plan, no inconsistent policies identified, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. I would note that the applicant did not sign up to speak, but is here and available to answer your questions. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have for staff before you open the public hearing. Mr. Cox.
Could you go back to the map real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, that one there. So all the properties around it are conditional use. So what kinds of conditions are on those other properties?
I can look and tell you.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm concerned about any rezoning that has no conditions.
What was it you just said?
I get concerned when we have a rezoning that is general use and has no conditions, particularly when the surrounding properties all have conditions.
Councilmember Buffkin.
May I, just briefly, I mean, we haven't even started the public hearing, so I don't know that debate is appropriate, but I think I can help out with this. I know of no opposition to this case.
Okay.
But let's hear from the applicant, and let's have a public hearing.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing.
I'm Alexis Schrager. I'm the owner of the property. The property has, it's 0.55 acre. It's grandpa's house. We're keeping it as duplex. We're trying to add more units for, with 1 or 2 bedrooms for rent and rentals. And the conditional use was set for the larger units next, because the rezoning happened a long time ago and it had different conditions in place. And I think someone can probably explain it better, but when we brought it up and I wanted to put conditional use, they told me just to leave it as OX 3 because the requirements are it's a setback from the property line in the back. Any questions?
Any questions of the applicant? Okay, no questions? All right, I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 21, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Seconded by Councilmember Knight. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Passes unanimously, clerk. Next, we have comprehensive plan amendment, CP 1421, busway streets. One person has signed up in opposition, Melissa Bailey. First, we'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon. I'm John Anagnos from Planning and Development. So this item is CP-14-21 for busway streets. And so this is related to the bus rapid transit planning that's going on in Raleigh. This is one of the components that's going to prepare our regulatory and policy framework to implement the bus rapid transit. You will probably remember the text change that you approved in May to establish the street sections for the busway streets in the city's Unified Development Ordinance. That establishment of the standard designs of the busway streets, or transit street cross sections as they were called, in that text change did not actually indicate where in the real world did those designations apply. And so this comprehensive plan amendment does indicate which streets in the city's street plan map T1 of the comprehensive plan, should have those busway street designations applied. And I'll talk about what that means in a moment. But going back to the bus rapid transit planning, New Bern is pretty much completed its design process. Western will be ramping up its design process this year into the fall, and then Southern following that. And so the important thing to note about this, the design details that are inserted into the UDO, is that the primary effect that those are going to have in the near term is on private development. So when private property owners wish to develop their property, those designations between the street designs in the UDO and these designations on the street plan map will indicate to that property owner or developer what is the needed right-of-way in order to accommodate the bus rapid transit in the future. But the bus rapid transit will actually be constructed through city-initiated projects, those BRT design projects, and New Bern is moving towards construction as we speak. And so again, there are a lot of related processes for bus rapid transit. I'm not going to get into too much detail about those, but basically these designations are proposed on the New Bern, the Western, and Southern bus rapid transit corridors, and they have differing numbers of general traffic lanes based on the existing trip demand in particular areas along those corridors and the existing local context. And so here you can see those maps for reference if you need to look at any of the details. These are the designs that you have, again, already approved in the zoning code, and so really what this is saying is where would these designs apply in the real world. And so this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and there are no inconsistent policies, and the Planning Commission recommended approval. I'm happy to take your questions.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. No one has signed up to speak in support. We have Melissa Bailey here to speak in opposition.
My name is Melissa Bailey, and I live at 1024 Dorothea Drive, which is in the Boylan Heights neighborhood in District D. My house is near the train bridge at Dorothea and Cabarrus, so I'm right next to Western Boulevard. While I generally support the BRT project, I'm concerned that designating the area near my house as a 4-lane busway zone will allow the expansion of Western Boulevard on the north side, leading to the destruction of the fence barrier between our neighborhood and Western. I note that to fit 6 lanes into the existing curb line, the lanes would need to be reduced from the current 12 to 14 foot width to 10 to 11 foot width, which leads to concerns about traffic and increased accidents resulting from smaller lanes with a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit. I'm very concerned that city staff will begin design as a 4-lane busway, only to find that the plan will not work without removing our fence barrier and building over the existing Dorothea Drive up to my house. I would ask that council consider designating the area on Western between South Saunders Street and Hunt Drive as 2-lane busway instead of 4-way, and I'm therefore opposed to the comprehensive plan amendment at this hearing. Finally, I never saw the survey included in the agenda materials for this item, so I would ask that the city improve communication about engagement opportunities, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I'd have one for actually staff, not for you, but thank you for your comments. My question is, my understanding is that this part is already 4-way, so what does making a busway 4-way, what does it change?
So the current number of lanes in the portion of Western Boulevard around Boylan Avenue, around Boylan Heights, is 4 vehicle lanes, 4 general traffic lanes. So the busway 4-lane that is being proposed to be designated in that area has 4 general traffic lanes and then 2 dedicated bus lanes. So it would be a total of 6 lanes, 4 of which would be general traffic, 2 would be bus lanes. So more lanes.
So, wait a minute.
Don't disappear yet.
Okay. So to her comment about the wall, is there some way to do some type of protection with that particular wall that she's referencing?
Yes, we had a meeting with Boylan Heights residents last week, myself and transit staff, and transit staff communicated that one of the goals of the Western BRT design process is to maintain the current northern back of curb line that's present today. So basically, if you look at the north side of Western Boulevard, before you reach where the wall and the landscaping is on the south side of Dorothea Drive, the goal is that existing northern back of curb would be the future northern back of curb for the busway 4-lane once it's constructed here, and that the additional right-of-way that may be needed for the additional lanes or bicycle and pedestrian facilities would be accomplished on the south side of Western Boulevard, where the city owns Dix Park.
So the accommodation can be made then by using land we own, so we don't have to impact that area.
That's the goal.
Okay. Could we go back to and make sure we share that survey or the results of the survey so people can see what was responded to and how that turned out?
Yeah, and I'll just make a note about the survey. So that's part of the city's engagement portal that we rolled out, I guess, a little over a year ago, and was largely oriented towards rezoning cases where there is a neighborhood meeting prior to the case, 1 or 2 neighborhood meetings prior to the case reaching the Planning Commission. So it's not actually ideal for comprehensive plan amendments because they don't have a neighborhood meeting. So there's not actually a good way for us to advertise that until it reaches the Planning Commission. So I'll see if we can find better ways of getting those out.
Okay, thank you. All right. I am going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I have a question.
Councilmember Cox?
You can just nod your head. I mean, what you heard, is this acceptable to you?
It is not, because we don't have any commitment from the city about that actually happening. And so at this point, designating the entire area as 4-lane busway still allows them to build up to those parameters, and it's not a commitment from the city not to destroy our fence barrier.
Okay.
Can somebody from staff speak to that?
Though I understand and appreciate the issue from the citizen on Dorothea, the comprehensive plan amendment is very much separate from the implementation of bus rapid transit in a particular location, and what the city chooses to do through the design of the BRT project is really up to you all and transit staff on how they want to deal with design challenges in there. We could take out the fence if you wanted us to, regardless of whether this was adopted, and we could choose not to, even if it is adopted. This is really the intention of this line being put on the map is to communicate the broad excuse me, the broad design of the network and preserve the corridor in places where we expect to have redevelopment. This is not one where either we would expect to have redevelopment, and I think technically, because there's two streets where the right-of-way of them overlaps, Dorothea is where the residences are, and Western Boulevard is right up against that right-of-way. There's no frontage there for which there to be a frontage improvement if there were development. It is just another city street with another piece of right-of-way. So I think
if we included something in the motion directing staff to preserve the fencing and find other ways, would that solve that issue?
I think I'd have to defer to transit staff understanding what their design process is and where they are, and you know, technically what the issues are and what they think that design looks like at the 10% stage. From the comprehensive plan perspective, there's no issues from that, but I don't want to answer in the affirmative without transit staff being able to say something about that.
Mr. Eatman?
Good afternoon, David Eatman, Transportation Transit. The corridor is currently at 10% of design, but right now we do not anticipate touching the fence, and our intent is to not, most definitely. But we are at 10% design. If we move forward as we plan, then a condition would not impact us, because that is our goal, is to not impact the fence.
Okay. Councilmember Cox?
So if we were to add a policy to the comprehensive plan amendment that stated our intent to preserve that fence or some sort of a barrier, you would be okay with that?
I would say at this time at 10%, again, it is not our intent to touch that fence in any way. We've made sure that all of our efforts to date leave that intact.
But if we added that amendment to the policy, or we added that policy to the comprehensive plan amendment, then it would provide citizens some assurance that that would happen as, you know, in the future personnel change, council changes, and so forth, that at least that's carried forward as some sort of a guarantee that that if that fence were to be removed, it would require an action of council in order to make that happen.
So certainly, we would be comfortable with an action that said if we did anything that varies from what we say today, we would certainly be back and relay that and make sure that there was a decision made. At this point, we do not want to touch that fence at all, and our plans do not include that currently, and we want to make sure that we maintain that at all costs. But certainly, I would feel comfortable if something varied from that to make sure we communicate that and a decision would be made at that time.
Yeah, Councilmember Fort, I think you could address this in your motion.
And I would say, Mr. Eatman, if there were some changes, it would probably be necessary to reach out to the residents who would be impacted to have that conversation as well.
We're very early in the project. There's a lot of participation that's going to happen as we move into 30% for sure.
So with that,
Councilmember Bufkin.
Yeah, well, thank you. Just a brief question, and I think you actually already answered it. And so, you know, at 10% design, you'd be back to council to show us along the way anyhow. We got touch points planned already with council, right? I mean, don't you come back at 60 or 80?
That is correct. Engineering services, which will take the project at 30%, they do have scheduled touch points with council, as well as at a transit level, even below that, we'll be back to provide updates on our entire BRT program. So certainly there'll be updates.
Yeah, Councilmember Ford, if you put something in your motion about the goal is to preserve the fence, that will show a commitment. And
it is my motion to adopt the or approve the amendment with the caveat that the wall and fencing that's been referenced be maintained, and that certainly any proposed changes would be the community would be notified as well as the council.
all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to be excused for the rest of the meeting, please.
Yes, thank you. You are excused from the meeting. All right, thank you. Next, we have Comp Plan Amendment CP 422 Wincott Drive. No one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon again. John Anagnos for Planning and Development. So this is a much smaller comprehensive plan amendment in geographic scope, CP-4-22. This area is along near the interchange of South Wilmington Street and South Saunders Street, and it is close to the Peach Road Park. And so basically there was, and this area is largely residential, there was a proposed public street that was added to the street plan map through the Southern Gateway corridor study that was approved about 6 or 8 years ago now. And basically the alignment of the street that was proposed in the corridor study did not get transposed exactly over to the street plan. And so there's actually a different alignment that you see in what's currently shown in the street plan. In the corridor study, it was farther to the south before turning to the proposed future extension of South Wilmington Street. And so what you can see in what ended up in the street plan is it makes that turn farther north and actually would potentially interact with the interchange, where it's almost impossible to construct a connection to that interchange structure. And so this is the alignment that was shown in the corridor study report, the Southern Gateway report. As you can see, again, traveling further south before reaching the Wilmington Street extension in a more feasible area to actually make that connection. The site that this passes through on the south side of Peach Road has a pending site plan to construct affordable housing units in apartments. And so that development would be required to provide any street connection that's shown in the street plan map. And so basically they have that developer has identified this connection as being very difficult to achieve. And here you can see how that looks overlaid in the area. But the developer is interested in providing that street connection, and they're here and they can talk about that. But basically the way that all breaks down legally is if that street is shown in the street plan, it is always required. And the only way for the developer to avoid it is to request an amendment such as this one. If it is shown on the area-specific guidance map, the Southern Gateway corridor study map that is also in the comprehensive plan, there is more flexibility both in the actual design of the street section itself for the developer, as well as there is a potential if the block perimeter standards in the UDO would not otherwise require a street connection, they could be exempted from providing that connection entirely. So by removing this proposed public street from the street plan and allowing it to remain only in the Southern Gateway corridor study, it gives the developer relief mechanisms that still go through the UDO and still provide for staff review of the appropriate infrastructure sufficiency, but does give the ability to account for engineering feasibility. And so this was consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. I'm happy to take your questions.
We have any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing.
This one's mine too.
Sorry, Beth, we're at that stage.
So this would be my motion to approve the amendment.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
need to stand up again. I need a stand-up desk. Sitting this long is brutal.
We're almost done.
Well, we're getting there. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development Innovation Committee.
No report. We've got 2 items pending, social districts and our ARPA funding opportunities. Our next meeting will be next Tuesday, June 28th at 1:30 p.m. We'll be discussing social districts.
Okay. Growth and natural resources.
No report. Our next meeting is June 28th, 4 p.m. here, and we will be discussing ARPA opportunities as listed in the agenda.
Okay, Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. We will have 2 items on the agenda, the Midtown Corridor Municipal Service District feasibility study and ARPA opportunities. Instead of 11:30, because I'm afraid we could run a little long, I'm going to ask that we meet at 11 a.m. and ensure that all people are notified who would have an interest. So the Midtown Raleigh Alliance and others. Transportation and transit.
No report. We will be meeting this Thursday, which is the 4th Thursday at 3 o'clock. We will be discussing the Capital North Corridor Plan.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you. First, I want to highlight an item that we approved earlier in the consent agenda, which was to provide additional funding for urban heat pavement treatment. This is one of those things that I would personally have wanted to pull from the agenda, just to geek out with our staff about how excited I am to see this, but I knew we had a long agenda today. I'm just really proud of the innovative work by our staff to use data and science to help address real problems in our community. So the work relies on data from our recent heat mapping project, which identified heat islands throughout Raleigh. These are geographical areas with measurable differences in how they experience heat. What we approved today will help fund treating our hottest streets with an additive of titanium dioxide to enhance the pavement's ability to reflect solar rays, reducing the effect of urban heat islands and helping to mitigate the effects of air pollution across the city. Reducing heat islands is a goal found in the CCAP, and I love seeing us work towards the goals found here. There's a lot of great information about all of this on our city website for anyone interested. And then second item, this is all I have. At our last council meeting, we had a few speakers during public comment who spoke with the assistance of a translator. I was and remain troubled at how we were unprepared to support these individuals as they participated in our public comment process. I looked back at our public comment sign-up form on the city website, and I didn't see a specific way for individuals to indicate that they need translation support. I appreciate that the form provides a way to ask for general assistance, but I think we can do better to encourage public participation by those for whom English is not their first language, for those who may need translation support with sign language, or any other support needed to ensure every member of this community can fully participate in our public comment process. To that end, I would ask that our city clerk's office work with our community engagement and communication staff to evaluate our current processes related to translation services for public comment and to make recommendations for improvement in this important process.
We have already started working on
Genius.
that. One of the problems we run into, we used to have it online, but when we changed the sign-up date to 5 o'clock the day before, it sort of fell by the wayside because we were requiring 48 hours notice, but we are working on it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for bringing that up. Councilmember Fort.
Just briefly, there were a lot of Juneteenth events over the weekend. I attended quite a few, but there were 2 I wanted to highlight. First, I want to commend family members and friends out at Method who actually did their first Juneteenth event. It was very well attended, and so I was very, very pleased to attend that one. And then also, the Winners Foundation hosted their 2nd annual cemetery tour at Mount Hope Cemetery. I actually attended that one last year. Mount Hope was started as in 1872 as the oldest black cemetery in Raleigh. The Winners Foundation honors Juneteenth there by highlighting Black Raleigheites who were either once enslaved or were the first generation born after emancipation. It's in my district, and so I'm very happy to see that they're continuing that and turning it into an annual event.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Branch?
Again, Councilor Fort stated there were multiple Juneteenth events. I was able to attend many of them, not all of them, that were in my district. I want to thank those that hosted their events, safe events that occurred throughout the community. And I want to thank our city staff that participated in multiple events as well as successfully working with the nonprofit at Dix. There was a lot of cleanup that took place throughout the city, so I want to thank all those involved. Another thing I want to mention is, we had a major storm that came through that Friday, and we had some interesting power outages throughout our city. You could drive down one street and have lights. You get to the next, there are no lights. You keep going, and then there's lights again. I just want to thank Duke Energy for their work and their resolve, and all those that went out and making sure that people were safe, and also our first responders that had to respond to multiple calls during that power outage. So I definitely want to mention that. Also, this past weekend, there was an event, a great educational event that took place in D.C. where Justice Serve took 37 students, 37 young people who could see government and at its form by the people, for the people. And taking students doesn't come easy, and it's not cheap. And I would like to ask on our next meeting, for us to assist this group in the work that they did, coming out of our contingency of $1,500 to go towards the cost of taking young people from, Raleigh to DC on this trip, during this troubling time that we have in our community. The next two more things I have. One is I also received the email about our taxis and their taxi rate. If we could get an update from staff on when and how often we actually work on taxi rate increases with the cost of gas, with everybody else charging more. I know that rate increases for taxis has to be approved by the city. So if we can just get an update on that and some feedback, it will be helpful. Lastly, earlier in the meeting, we discussed the case, the case Z9121. Councilor Cox brought it up, and I understand the need for having things done in the evening at times, but normally this one probably would have been done in July 5th, and we know how taxing our schedule is. I've received some communication since we've been up here that there's also some time constraints that the applicant has if we wait until September. So I would like to make a motion to move Z9121 to August the 16th for our public hearing.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
And I understand that, and I appreciate that. And that is all I have for today.
Thank you. Councilmember Melton?
Just want to remind everyone that Out Raleigh Pride Festival is this Saturday, June 25th. It's on Fayetteville Street. I don't remember the time. It's probably going all day. Pretty sure it is. But you can go on their website, Out Raleigh Pride, and hope to see you all out there. Thanks. 11 to 6.
Yep. Councilmember Cox?
Yes, I just want to say my wife and I were downtown Friday for dinner when the storm came through, and after things settled down, we drove through Dix Park and saw that the trees toppled over and the storm damage. And I really do want to thank staff for all the work that they did. First of all, to make sure I didn't go down the wrong roads, and then also to get things cleaned up in time for the Juneteenth celebration on Saturday, which I was able to attend, and it was a great celebration. I particularly enjoyed the children's events at the chapel.
Councilmember Buffkin? No report. Okay, 2 items. I'm just going to heap on praise to staff for their response to the storm, ensuring that Dix Park was open for the Juneteenth event. 6 major trees fell, one on the dog park fence, of course, our new fence, something we have no control over, but, I mean, staff worked really hard to make sure this happened. And like Councilor Cox, I've really enjoyed watching the dance teams from some of our parks perform at the chapel, and as well as all the children's activities. There was a lot of joy that day. And also want to mention the Hunter family and the work that they have done with their genealogy and the outreach and the growth of their community, and the awareness that they're trying to bring to the history of Dix Park. So great event. It was really well done. Again, thank you, staff. And then the second thing is, I just wanted to ask for a report on where we are in moving forward on the public realm improvements that we authorized for City Plaza. That was like shading. We had the mobile television. We had other things that we had asked staff to move on in terms of activation. But we all know with the heat of the summer, getting people to stand outside where there's no shade, it's not feasible. So I just want to know where we are with that. So that is it on that. Next, we move clerk to appointments.
The first item is Appearance Commission, 1 vacancy, no nominees. Arts Commission, 1 vacancy. Councilmember Branch nominated Juan Eisler, so that'll be on the next agenda. Board of Adjustment, 1 alternate vacancy, no nominees.
Could you talk
City-
into the microphone a little?
Okay.
You see that look she gave us?
All right, you want me to start again here? No. All right, we're at City of Oats, 2 regular vacancies, no nominees. Environmental Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Preston Ross received 8 votes, so will be appointed. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, you have 3 regular vacancies. Philip Lynn received 7 votes, and Matt Potts received 7, so they will both be appointed, leaving 1 regular vacancy. The Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, community category, no nominees. Same for 1 regular vacancy, professional category, no nominees. 1 alternate vacancy, professional category, no nominees. Human Relations Commission, you have 1 alternate vacancy. Kristen Havlick received 2 votes. You had a write-in. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart nominated Robert Owens, so both of those names will be on the next agenda. Police Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Victim Advocate, no nominees. Police Advisory Board, 1 alternate vacancy, no nominees. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 alternate vacancy, no nominees.
Madam Clerk, for the Police Advisory Board, don't we have an alternate member? Never mind, I see what you're saying. We have another vacancy for an alternate member because we've already elevated someone.
Yes.
You elevated someone, and we have an alternate, but the position that's vacant is victim advocate, so we cannot elevate the...
Understood. Okay, I'll work on that for the next meeting.
Okay. All right, the next item is under nominations. We held over the Raleigh Historic Development Commission, which we have 8 vacancies from last meeting, and we did include some information in your agenda packet from the chairperson on their recommendations. So there's you actually have 8 vacancies, and it's all outlined on the agenda. I'll be glad to go over any of it.
So I'm going to make a suggestion. First off, on the background material, there was no demographic information, and one of the things that we talked about was diversity. So we can't make decisions about that without that information being contained on the report. So that's first off. Second, we do have 4 people here who have served on the committee would like to serve again, continue serving, 2 of whom we just appointed. So I think it would be fair if we move those 4 forward.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. We still have work to do on the additional members. My understanding is that there are other people applying, so I'd like to know who those people are, and then also the demographic background on the recommendations they are making.
And if I may, Mayor, staff is working to sort of kind of do some exit polling and interviews to sort of kind of see what is going on, really, to determine why we have so many vacancies on that one particular board.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So would it be possible to, on the next ballot, to have these slots listed so we can start making nominations? Since there are 4 slots left?
I'm sorry, to have each slots.
Yeah, since there are going to be 4 slots remaining, can we have those 4 slots listed on the next ballot so we can start the nomination process? I guess this is my question.
Well, here's the thing. We have our dashboard. Is the dashboard up to speed with all of anybody who's applied?
Yes, ma'am. As far as I know. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the dashboard at this point does not include applications.
Okay.
So that's something that IT is aware of, and they're working to accommodate that request.
Okay.
So when you all come back from the summer break, the application portal and the boards and commission dashboard will be fully operational. We made that commitment several months ago, and there's been some communication issues trying to figure out the best way to stand that all up, and we made that commitment at the last meeting that would be our homework assignment over the summer. And so when you guys come back in August, we will have it fully operational. It's just a matter of getting the information to IT. IT can turn a switch on, and it's there once that information is inputted.
Okay, so how can we get then information on new, anybody new who is applying, and then, yes.
Sorry for reaching over you, Gail. So the reason it didn't show up on the ballot, Councilmember Fort, is because it was asked to be on hold at the last meeting. So if it was the council's desire, we could take that off hold, put it back on the ballot. To answer your question, Mayor Baldwin, about how would you get information, that can be added to your report that is sent out prior to each council meeting. We did, as Gail mentioned last meeting, cut those applications back since a lot of them have been in the pool for some time. So I think it still was close to 50 pages, but it's a lot better than several hundred pages. So I can include those if that's the desire of the council. I can include the RHDC applications in the next report.
Yeah, the RHDC applications with the demographic information. That's what's missing.
Are you referring to the applicants or the memo from the chair?
The memo from the chair.
Okay, so we'll make sure to get that clarification from the chair.
Okay.
So I guess I would like to see it on the ballot, because I've had some conversations with some folks I think would add to the diversity that we're talking about or seeking for the commission. So I don't know if the council needs to take action, but I would like to see at least the slots listed on the ballot so we can start the process of filling those 4 positions. Does that require a motion?
No.
I don't think so.
No, and we will put them on. We talked about it, but since you had asked, the council had asked that it be held, we left them under nominations instead of putting them on the ballot. So
Okay.
we know what you want now.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
I do not have a report, Mayor.
Okay, and then the city clerk.
You received several sets of minutes for consideration of approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. All right, next we enter into closed session. Have a motion here. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege, GS 143-318-11A5 to establish or to instruct the city staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the city in negotiating the terms of a contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease. So moved. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. We will now meet in closed session. Thank you, everyone, for being here today.
return from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.